never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. OPEC Plus said Sunday it would keep output steady ahead of a momentous week in global energy markets as wealthy nations impose a price cap on Moscow's petroleum exports. The decision on Sunday allows OPEC and a group of producers led by Russia, collectively known as OPEC Plus, to take more time to assess the market impact of a European Union and Group of Seven price cap of $60 a barrel on Moscow's oil, intended to slow down the revenue stream for the Ukraine war. In Iran, after 11 weeks of protests following the death of a 22-year-old woman who was detained for allegedly wearing her hijab incorrectly, there are now conflicting reports about the possible disbanding of the country's morality police. On Face the Nation, United States Secretary of State Anthony Blinken spoke about the situation.
If the regime has now responded in some fashion to those protests, that could be a positive thing, but we have to see how it actually plays out in practice and what the Iranian people think.
Protesters continue to take action against the government. They're calling for a 3-day economic strike this week that would culminate with a rally in Tehran on the same day Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi is due to address students in the city. The murder investigation in Idaho is at a standstill.
Nearly 3 weeks into the investigation of the fatal stabbings of 4 University of Idaho students, the community is seeking answers.
I understand that people are a little frustrated with some of the stumbles in terms of what people have said, but I just ask us all to give each other some grace.
Moscow City Council member Julia Parker speaking there on Fox News. The families of the victims say they have not received any recent updates from authorities about the investigation. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to PatriotSoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
While holding a press conference in New York City Sunday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer responded to comments from former President Donald Trump calling to suspend the Constitution over claims of fraud in the 2020 presidential elections. Schumer calling Trump's behavior out of control and asking his congressional colleagues to speak out against what he says is a threat to the country's democracy.
I vociferously condemn the former president's comments, urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same.
Performers such as U2 and Gladys Knight usually would be headlining a concert for thousands, but at Sunday's Kennedy Center honors, the tables will be turned as they and other artists will be the ones fated for their lifetime of artistic contributions. Actor, director, producer, and human rights activist George Clooney, groundbreaking composer and conductor Tanya Leone, and contemporary Christian singer Amy Grant will join Knight and the entire crew of U2 in being honored by the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. The college football playoff will not begin with the Michigan-Ohio State rematch after all. TCU, unranked at the start of the season, stayed at number 3 despite its overtime loss to Kansas State in Saturday's Big 12 title game. It was announced Sunday afternoon as the 4-team playoff pairings were chosen. Number 1, Georgia, and number 4, Ohio State will face off in the Peach Bowl, while TCU will meet number 2, Michigan, in the other matchup in the Fiesta Bowl. In the final rankings, Alabama finished 5th, followed by Tennessee at 6th. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. That, my friends, is the way we get things started. Good evening to most of the country. Good morning to our friends in the Eastern time zone. As indeed we cross over the midnight hour on a Monday. Cannot believe it's that time already. As we turn the page... December 5. Yeah, 20 days till Christmas. Yeah, 'tis the season, right? I hope you had a good weekend. It was one of those weekends lickety-split, just like that. Because it was a regular old weekend. But had an enjoyable weekend. Now we settle in, get back to the old grind. Another work week gets underway. So welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio, where it's a chilly night looking at 26 degrees. A clear night outside the bunker. Yeah, the moon is waxing full. Couple nights here. We will have our full moon. What is it? The cold moon. Actually coming up, the final full moon of the year. Rising after the sun goes down this Wednesday. There you go. Full cold moon. Of course, this is the time of year, the nickname derived from the chilly Arctic air that settles in across North America, as the official onset of winter is really getting close now. And one thing you may notice extremely close to that full moon, you might think it's a rather bright star, but that'll be Mars. Yeah, the full moon glowing extremely close to Mars all night long. All right, there you go. Full cold moon coming up later this week. Well, as I mentioned, the first official day of winter may still be a couple weeks away, technically. It might be feeling wintry by the end of this week. AccuWeather forecasters say the cold, stormy weather conditions will continue to disrupt holiday shoppers and outdoor celebrations in the coming days. Yeah, chilly conditions are going to start the week out today, Monday. Afternoon highs from Buffalo, New York to Philadelphia, holding a few degrees below normal. Now, gradually warmer conditions into the middle of the week before cooler air once again follows behind another frontal system. Yeah, a storm that's associated with this cold front moves into the Ohio Valley in the Northeast later on Monday night. Rain will be overspreading the region. Got an on and off rain for Tuesday and Tuesday night along the I-95 corridor from Boston down to Washington, D.C. Showers expected to linger even on Wednesday, midweek. It's during that time frame, though, that the cooler air really begins to move in, holding across the northern plains and parts of the Great Lakes. Looks like highs in, say, Minneapolis will be in the 20s for the first half of this week, while Madison, Wisconsin has temperatures probably in the 30s through Wednesday. As the second half of the week approaches, another storm is set to shift from the Central Plains to the Ohio Valley in the Northeast. The exact track of that storm determines the exact impacts for the northern tier of the country. Storms forecast to gain strength Thursday as it emerges into the plains. A lot of rain in the forecast. Parts of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. For more southerly locations like the Tennessee River Valley, this is going to bring yet another round of rain that could enhance the risk of flooding. Along the northern edge of that moisture, from Nebraska to Michigan, we could be talking the white stuff. Could be precip falling in the form of snow. Now, how much snow could accumulate depends on several factors, including how cold it stays in the upper Midwest this week and the exact track of that storm. It's not out of the question that we could see Lincoln, Nebraska, Green Bay, Wisconsin, a few inches of snow out of the storm. The extent of snow becomes a little more uncertain as that storm shifts eastward Thursday night and Friday. Again, depending on the exact track of the storm and how far south the cold air reaches, temperatures in the northeast may be a bit too warm for snowfall, which that would be good news, right? Most likely areas for snow in the northeast and further south would be along the Canadian border, where the air's probably going to be the coldest. It's possible that storm tracks into the mid-Atlantic. In that scenario, the moisture will be well to the south of the sub-freezing temperatures. So it'll be cold but dry in upstate New York and northern New England. Rain, though, in the forecast for places like Pittsburgh, Washington, D.C., Hartford, Connecticut. Should that more potent cold air sink into the northeast and the storm track into the mid-Atlantic, could be setting the conditions just right for some snow to fall in parts of Pennsylvania, Maryland, New Jersey, southern New York, and southern New England. Hey, look at some of our travelers' weather as we get the new week underway. I see an unusual color on the weather map, kind of a lime green. I say, what's the advisory? It's like the western two-thirds of Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, northeastern Arkansas. It's what they call the hydrological outlook, where we're going to see a lot of rain in rounds starting Monday night with that first storm system. And off and on rains, frontal boundary that's going to move across the area returns northward as a warm front today. Then it kind of stalls out, becomes what they call a stationary front in a west to east orientation over or near the Tennessee Valley through much of this week. And each disturbance, a series of systems, moves along this boundary, which will be bringing numerous bouts of widespread showers, even a few thunderstorms for much of the week. Now, they're telling us rounds of moderate to heavy rain will impact the Tennessee Valley. Runoff from excessive rain could result in aerial flooding, as well as flooding of various streams and rivers. Flash flooding could also be possible in this time frame. Rainfall totals in this time, 1 to 2 inches south of the Tennessee River, more like 2 to 4, maybe even 5 inches of rain near the Alabama-Tennessee border. Where that heaviest rainfall occurs, it's going to depend on where that boundary actually stalls out. But we may be looking at flood watches for portions of northern Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. Folks in the Tennessee Valley need to stay abreast of the current situation with the latest updates from the National Weather Service this week. So, the anticipation, they're even saying some areas in Middle Tennessee between now and the end of the week could see up to 6 inches of rain. That threat of flooding begins late Monday into early Tuesday for the areas south of I-40, especially near the Alabama border. That flood threat then expands further north across the entire mid-state Tuesday and Wednesday. Middle Tennessee's been rather dry. There have been drought conditions for some time. A lot of folks did see some soaking rain last week, but with the threat of several additional inches of rainfall this week, with the saturated soil, we'll see at least some localized flooding in some of the low-lying areas. So something we'll be keeping an eye on through the upcoming week. Coming up, we'll take a look out west Most of the folks along the West Coast have been no stranger to unsettled weather as of late. Frequent rounds of rain near the coast, heavy snow in the higher elevations, those winds ripping through the region. Yet another storm will impact the coast. Forecasters say more of the same is in store through the new week here. More opportunities for some beneficial rain up and down the coastal areas. Again, more details on that coming up here. Well, how about the big football weekend? The stage has been set for of course, the college football championships, and all the bowl games were announced this past day. Got an email from our old buddy Wheelchair Dave here a few minutes ago. He said, Steve, if I could put my 2 cents in. If we go back a year ago, it was unbelievable. The Cincinnati Bearcats got voted into the college playoffs and, of course, ultimately would face the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs. Here we are a year later. The committee votes Ohio State, the Buckeyes, into the playoffs to face the number 1 Georgia Bulldogs. There was some great college football this weekend. Really now just looking forward to all the bowl games. But, one of those big upsets was that Friday night matchup. Big Ed had pretty much called that as we were getting things underway Thursday night, Friday morning. He says, Steve, there's a chance the Buckeyes could still get into this thing. And that was that crucial USC game, which they really got clobbered, especially in the second half. We'll break down the college football playoffs. More NFL action. Of course, I guess we've got Monday Night Football yet to come, but the Buffalo Bills top the standings in the AFC East with a 9-3 record now. Dolphins kind of hanging in there at 8-4. In the AFC North, you've got the Ravens and the Bengals still locked up atop that division. 8-4. How about those Bengals defeating the Kansas City Chiefs this past day? In the AFC South, Tennessee on top of the list at 7-5. They've got a pretty strong hold there. Indianapolis is in second place, but they've got a 4-7 record. Kansas City with their loss, third loss of the season, top the AFC West at 9-3 now. In the NFC, the Eagles keep on keeping on. The Eagles have only lost 1 game this season. They are now at 11-1. Meanwhile, in the NFC North, the Vikings with a 10-2 record topping that division. The Buccaneers, how about that NFC South? Every team with a losing record. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, ironically, at 5-6, actually top that division, NFC South. And, of course, the NFC West, you've got the 49ers with an 8-4 record. All right, underway on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. It's 844-844-3388. Got an email from Scarecrow here just a few minutes ago under the heading, Calling All Truckers. Steve, if the current traffic is any indication of available callers nationwide, you're going to need plenty of help tonight. It appears as if only the essential are running at the moment. So very, very light as far as the truck traffic out there tonight. Things kind of slow, as they say. All right. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. College football bowl games set Sunday. We now have the complete 22-23 bowl schedule. And, of course, the college football playoff. New Year's 6 and the entire bowl schedule unveiled. And the flurry of announcements kind of set in motion at the beginning of the postseason. The CFP, the way they break it down at CBS Sports, short on controversy, as Georgia, Michigan, and TCU all held their order from last week's college football playoff rankings. Ohio State sliding into the playoff field after USC's loss to Utah Friday night in the Pac-12 championship game. Of course, Alabama fans and Nick Saban put in plenty of work to try to make their case for the Crimson Tide, but the selection committee stuck to their guidelines. The CFP semifinal matchups bring a lot of intrigue as Ohio State now has new life following their loss to Michigan, and they can boast a roster just as talented as undefeated Georgia when the two Blue Bloods clash at the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. The other semifinal, the Fiesta Bowl, will feature Michigan, of course, trying to get their first ever playoff win against a TCU program that's the 14th program to appear in the event ever in its first 9 iterations outside the playoff. Tons to get excited about as we look toward the bowl season. Tulane playing in its biggest bowl game since the 1939 season, facing USC in the Cotton Bowl. There's an all-orange Orange Bowl on deck with Clemson and Tennessee. The Rose Bowl could be another instant classic with Utah going head-to-head against Penn State. There's some great stories and fun matchups throughout the schedule for the bowl games. Yeah, Steve Sarkisian should have Texas tuned up and ready to go for a potential shootout against Washington in the Alamo Bowl. Florida State coach Mike Norvell is also bowling for the first time since he took over for the Seminoles. And for their bowl matchup, they've been slotted opposite Oklahoma at the end of year 1 with Brent Venables. So there you go. The breakdown, the 6, what they call the New Year's 6 bowl games. All right, in the Big Ten versus the Pac-12, the Rose Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, at-large games. Big Ed's on the line. We'll kind of dissect some of this coming up here. I was watching that USC game. Yeah, Friday was kind of a long day. I got a couple hours sleep in the morning. Of course, as I had mentioned that morning, had to take the daughter out, do some car shopping. It was a pretty busy day, and By the time I got about the first half, I think maybe the first couple minutes of the third quarter in, and I was thinking, you know what? Utah might just win this game. And sure enough, I guess Big Ed picked up the phone to give me that call about 11 o'clock in the evening, whatever time it was when that game ended. And when I saw that message Saturday morning, I said, my. And indeed, the Ohio State Buckeyes very well may be in the mix once again to play for a championship. So how about that? All right, we'll get to Big Ed coming up here. First, we got to get to our news break. Let's see, horse feathers out there tonight. Natalie's there. Hardly any truck traffic out here. There's hardly any car traffic either. Yeah, it's like driving after the apocalypse. Really? So everybody snoozing tonight. Very, very quiet out on the roadways this Sunday night into a Monday morning. We will get to your calls coming up here. As always, it is 844-3388. And follow up from Wheelchair Dave. Indeed, he said, Steve, can you update the report, the new B-21 bomber? Yes, the Pentagon revealed the first new bomber aircraft in 30 years Friday there in California. We'll give you the full report coming on here as we get things underway on a Monday.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Hakeem Jeffries was unanimously elected to become the Democratic Party's top leader in the U.S. House of Representatives beginning in January, making him the first black American to hold such a high-ranking position in Congress. A volcano erupted in Indonesia on Sunday, spewing a cloud of ash into the sky and forcing the evacuation of nearly 2,000 people, authorities said, as they issued their highest warning for the area. There were no immediate reports of any casualties from the eruption of the Semeru volcano, and Indonesia's transport ministry said that there was no impact on air travel. The Supreme Court is about to confront a new elections case, a Republican-led challenge asking the justices for a novel ruling that could significantly increase the power of state lawmakers over elections for Congress and the presidency. The court is set to hear arguments on Wednesday. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'll be happy to take those calls at 844-844-3388. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, drivers. Congratulations to the Bengals. How about those Eagles, 11-1? Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. All right. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Kevin checks in from Troy, Ohio. Let's everybody have a safe week out there. There's our Canadian friend Terry. Montreal, Quebec, 34 degrees, clear. Wind out of the west, just 20 more days till Christmas. Yes, indeed. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to James. Good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. Looks like a pretty wet week ahead of us. Let's see. There's another Kevin. Morning, 32 degrees in Jersey. Enjoying my off nights tonight. Hello to Jay. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the overnight drivers out there. 32 degrees in Nashville at this hour. Happy driving. And be safe, please. Copy the mail. All right, 5-7. Marianne, good morning, Steve. Good morning, overnight crew. Everybody stay safe. Hello to Pappy, 25 in southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Monday. I think that's a song. Mamas and the Papas. Hammer down, nocturnal drivers out there, and stay safe. Let's see. Hello to Lynn. Good morning. Send me a message. We got you, Lynn. Dion, are we off YouTube again? Yes, yeah. Thursday, Friday morning off, and yeah. Again, for those who are maybe just noticing, I presume it's the permanent ban. I still haven't talked to Josh, and he hasn't updated me via email. But yeah, we'll just assume that's the case. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 42 degrees in Delway, North Carolina. A massively huge Tar Heel shout-out to you-know-who from LL Parks Livestock. And there's Buckeye Boy checking in way out west, Escondido, California, 59 degrees at this hour. Hey, I'll trade you. That's about double us. How about them Buckeyes, though? We will have a real challenge against those Bulldogs. But at least we get the chance. Bengals put out another one. Hope your weekend went well. Have a great night, everyone out there. Be careful. There you go. Are you with me? What do you say, Big Ed?
I'm with you. I'm with you, Steve. By golly, you wasn't with me Friday night. You bad.
Well, like I said, it was a long day, but I got your message, and so how about that? You kind of called that. I didn't think USC would lose that game, but man, they lost bad.
Yeah, well, on paper, USC should have won it, and it's like on paper, Georgia should win, but that don't mean they're going to win. Ohio State got the talent. They've got the team. They can beat Georgia. If those kids will just show up down there and play 4 quarters of football. That's all it amounts to. Same thing with TCU and Michigan. That ought to be a slobber-knocking game if both teams show up. I wouldn't even bet on them. I wouldn't even bet on Ohio State and Georgia because you just don't know who's going to show up and take control of that ball game. Ohio State got just as much as talent as Georgia. It's just how Coach Day utilized that talent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he lets his coordinators do the offensive play calling or not. And I'm pretty sure he lets his defensive coordinator call the defense plays. Like I say, Ohio State's got one of the best defensive coordinators in the nation. Now, that's just my personal opinion. That guy's this may be a first-year deal with him, that what happened over at the shoe happened. But I guarantee you, if he hangs around Ohio State and they can keep their offense going each year, I will tell you in about 3 years, Ohio State's going to be your Georgia or your Alabama. I can just sit here right here and predict it if everything plays out the way it should.
Mm-hmm.
And that's him keeping at least his defensive coordinator and a good, strong core offense, which he should. So you about 3 years' time, then the Big Ten's going to be holding the crown above their heads, and we're the best league, in the nation.
Right.
But that USC game, I'll tell you when, and I forget what I want to say. It was right there in the third quarter when that Utah boy got his helmet knocked off of him, that quarterback.
Yeah.
Reason. Did you see that?
I think I was still tuned in then.
I mean, when that happened, and he got up like he didn't even take a hit, I thought they're going to win this game. I mean, that was a vicious, and it wasn't a dirty play. The side of that USC boy's helmet caught his chin strap. That from that collision,
mm-hmm.
and boom, his helmet got knocked off, and he jumped up like no big deal. He had to go out for one play, but he didn't stagger or anything. Boy, these guys have come to play. And then there in that fourth quarter, their defense just went to town on USC. But on paper, USC should have won that. And I mean, selfish reasons, I was wanting to see USC win it because I was really wanting to see Ohio State go to the Rose Bowl because, I'm going out there to that Rose Bowl parade. If Ohio State's going to play Utah or, Washington, I think Washington
mm-hmm.
would have been coming into the Rose Bowl if Utah hadn't won. And then I wanted to go to the game just for selfish reasons. I wanted to watch Ohio State play. So, but I'm glad for the Ohio State Buckeyes and the fan base. And because, I love my Sooners, but I love college football too. So, I know it sounds like, well, he's always jumping from team to team. No, my Sooners are just, they're mediocre. Unfortunately, it's a rebuilding time for Oklahoma. But that don't mean I don't like watching other teams. And I think your Clemson and Tennessee is going to be a great, great bowl game to watch. And then who did Alabama draw? Did they draw Washington?
Let me scroll up here. Alabama, Kansas State.
Okay, yeah, that ought to be a good game. Real good game. Who did Texas draw? That's the Alamo Bowl.
Texas versus Washington.
Okay, yeah, okay. That ought to be a great game. And then I know Oklahoma's got Florida State.
Yep.
And then Oklahoma State's got Wisconsin. So there's some good football all all the way around. But I'll tell you this, I'm really looking forward. And what did you say it would be 2024 when they expand the playoffs?
12, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that because there's still some, Alabama and Tennessee. Should they be in a playoff scenario under the current rules? No. But in that expansion, yes. So that's going to really put some parity out there in determining who the national champion will be. And so I'm really looking forward to that. But until then, I'm flat really looking forward to all the bowl games. I was actually going to try to go to the Michigan TCU game out there at Fiesta Bowl. And I was talking to my brother about it, and I just don't think we're going to be able to fit it in our schedule. But hell, I priced them tickets. They was $250 a piece.
Wow.
And I think that was the nosebleed section. I didn't look down on the lower section of the bowl, but I'm willing to fork out $500 to go.
Really?
Go what? Oh yeah. If I'm going to be in the area, I'm like, hey, I can afford it. I might as well do it. And, it's just something in your lifetime you ought to go do. You ought to go do that sometime. You got, have you ever been to Ohio State game, Steve?
Oh, no.
Serious?
No. Mm-mm.
See, you need to do that, man. That game day atmosphere, it's contagious. You have a good time. The last time I was out there, when Oklahoma played Washington State in the Rose Bowl, I went out there. It's back when Glenda was alive, and my brother went to that game. And everybody's tailgating out there. You don't really, if you don't have your tailgate set up, go. Some people invite you to sit down and have a burger or something. Go $5 a direction, for their troubles and have a good time. One of the best tailgate times I had was down there when Texas and Oklahoma was playing from the Texas fans. They're just good, hospitable people. And just go out there and have a good time and enjoy some college football. That's just what I love about it. So,
well, Big Ed, I would not envision you as a guy that wraps up dog crap and puts it on the porch. What's up with that?
I was watching the news the other night, and they were showing the porch pirates.
Right.
Well, and this goes back when Glenda was alive. We had a beautiful pine tree out in our front yard. Just a perfect-looking tree. And I decorated that tree one year at Christmas. I mean, I put the lights, the bulbs, everything on that tree. And I put I put a brick in a couple of boxes. I put bricks in them and wrap them up and put them under that tree. Every time I did it, the darn tree, the packages would walk off in 24 hours. Somebody come by and grab them damn packages. And I got aggravated about it. So I thought, okay, if you people are going to do that, I'm just going to put dog crap in the boxes and let you steal it. And they did. Okay, she got aggravated when I'd go to a neighbor's house and say, hey, can I scoop up your dog food? She said, you're crazy. And I said, no, I'm sick of these thieves stealing my darn boxes, and even though they're fake, I said, you're just ruining my Christmas thing.
Yeah, it was just, it was just decoration for the yard. Did you honestly think they actually thought there were gifts in those boxes?
Yes. Serious. They would be gone, Steve.
Wow.
People are that crazy. But she put her foot down. She said, no, you ain't going to do that. And I thought, well, hey, if they're going to be stupid enough to steal boxes, anybody in the right mind would see it's just a Christmas thing.
Mm-hmm.
But these people would take off with them gift wrapped boxes. And they never brought my bricks back. And nobody dumped any dog food in my yard, so I don't know what they did with it. But yes, I did that, and I'd do it again. Because it's aggravating to have people come up on your porch and steal boxes.
Right, yep.
It's crazy. But, yep, it's funny when you look at it, but, that actually happened. And I was sitting there watching the news on that, and I'm thinking, Boy, if that was me they're stealing from, they'd be getting a whole lot of dog food.
Yeah, well, if you could only see the expression on their face when they pulled that box open.
Oh yeah, especially the Christmas wrapping. But that was great. That happened. Oh, good grief, that happened maybe 20 years ago. So, I got a mischievous mind. Especially when somebody starts doing me some dirt, you know.
Right, I hear you.
So, all right, Mr. Steve, I love you, and we're with you, and I'll tell you right quick. Donald Trump. Now, did you hear what he was supposed to have said this weekend?
Supposed to have said? No.
That's the way I understand it. That he wants to suspend the Constitution.
I had not heard that. Now, what's the rationale for
that?
That
was on the news because of the fake voting.
Oh.
He says it's fake voting. So if you suspend the Constitution, don't you suspend gun rights and all that?
I'll have to find the rest of the story on that. I don't know what all that would mean. I don't know.
So I don't know. I don't know if it was on Fox News reports. It was on CNN News reports, and I'm sitting there reading it, and I thought, okay, show me a video where he's saying that, or is that fake news?
Yeah, what's he thinking? Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, okay, you knew he had dinner with these two mischievous characters. One was some right-wing fringe group, and then I don't know who the other guy was, but I know that was in the news, and the people were real upset about it.
I mean, if I understood, supposedly the one guy, Trump didn't even really know who he was. Yeah, according to what he said a couple days after it. I don't know the other guy. I'm not sure.
No, I can buy that, but the other guy probably one that he knew that invited that other one. So I could buy that a little bit, but for him to get up and say we need to suspend the Constitution, I can't buy that till I've heard him say it, because that's just a no-no. I don't care what's going on. That's a no-no.
I'm doing a quick search. Apparently, it was a post on his Truth Social.
Right.
So.
Is that his like Twitter thing?
Correct. Yeah, Truth Social. That's the one that he set up.
Okay, if he said that and he stated that, he's cutting his throat, Steve. Now, how many middle of the road conservatives are going to sit there and support that? I think sure ain't.
No.
So, but anyway, I'll leave it right there, and I would wonder how many other people would support that. And if it comes out that was true, to me, he just sunk his boat.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Steve, I'll let you go. Enjoy the show, and y'all have a good week.
Thank you very much for the heads up on that, Ed. Yeah, because I had not seen that. Yeah, I mean, apparently a post Saturday via his Truth Social, and, the feedback was fast and furious. We'll share some of the comments from various representatives responding to what he had to say, again, via Truth Social over the weekend. What the heck's he talking about? All right, meanwhile, we've got clear lines. It's a Monday. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And as I look through the comments, I don't see anyone on either side of the aisle trying to stand up for the comments. Some lawmakers sharply rebuking former President Trump after he called for the suspension of the Constitution to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Yeah, repeating the claims of election fraud in a Truth Social post Saturday. Trump said that this fraud allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Was his, I guess it wasn't a tweet, but a post. Immediately condemned by the White House Deputy Press Secretary. Let's see, some of the responses. On the Democrat side, Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota tweeting, Trump just called for the suspension of the Constitution to overturn the 2020 results. Georgia, vote. You stood tall against Trump and his minions last time. A win for Warnock is another win for democracy, she says. Representative Bill Pascrell of New Jersey tweeting, a few hours ago, the leader of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, called for destroying the Constitution and making himself dictator. Eric Swalwell of California says every congressional reporter should demand responses from congressional Republicans about Trump's call for the Constitution to be terminated. How many of them called themselves constitutional conservatives during the Obama years? Richie Torres, the Democrat of New York, says, quote, Donald Trump wants to suspend the Constitution in the name of protecting the Constitution, just like he perpetrated election fraud in the name of preventing election fraud. It goes on and on. Let's see. Don Bayer of Virginia. Trump's words and actions are beyond the bounds of acceptable political discourse. They stoke hatred and political violence. They are dangerous. Of course, what do you think Chuck Schumer had to say? For Donald Trump, last week it was dinner with anti-Semites. Now he's calling for an end to America's constitutional democracy. He's out of control and a danger. Everyone must condemn this attack on our democracy. On the other side, let's see, Representative Dave Joyce, Republican of Ohio, appearing on the same program, did not rule out supporting Trump if he won the Republican primary. He said, I will support whoever the Republican nominee is. Now, ask whether he would support Trump despite his calls to suspend the Constitution. He says, I just don't think that at this point he'll be able to get there, I guess, as far as the nominee, because there are a lot of other good quality candidates out there Then when he was pressed about that answer, Joyce said, Trump says a lot of things, but that doesn't matter. It's never going to happen. As far as suspending the Constitution, that is a fantasy. Representative Mike Turner of Ohio on CBS's Face the Nation said Trump's remarks were, quote, certainly not consistent with the oath we all take. I vehemently disagree with the statement that Trump has made. And one other Representative-elect Mike Lawler of New York says, obviously, I do not support that. The Constitution is set for a reason, to protect the rights of every American, so I certainly do not endorse that language or that sentiment. Again, as often as we so often say, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? There you go. All right, news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. While holding a press conference in New York City Sunday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer responded to comments from former President Donald Trump calling to suspend the Constitution over claims of fraud in the 2020 presidential election. Schumer saying he strongly condemns the comments and says the president continues to sink to new lows.
Now he's calling for an end to America's constitutional democracy. Donald Trump is out of control and a danger to our democracy.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin on Saturday called on Congress not to delay in passing the full-year Pentagon spending bill known as an omnibus, saying it was key to helping keep America secure.
So in our fiscal year 2023 budget, the department has requested more than $56 billion for air power, focused on the F-35 and the F-15EX fighters, the B-21 bomber, mobility aircraft, and manned systems. You know, when you add that up, that's a lot. But we've got more to do. So let me urge Congress to pass an on-time appropriation so that we can get the capabilities to further strengthen our deterrence.
The IRS is looking to tax some of your app earnings.
The Internal Revenue Service issued a reminder for taxpayers to prepare to report transactions of at least $600 that are received through payment apps like Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. The payment apps were previously required to send users Form 1099-K if their gross income exceeded $20,000 or they had 200 separate transactions within a calendar year. The change is intended to crack down on Americans evading taxes by not reporting the full extent of their gross income. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Just in time for colder weather and snow expected this winter, the Better Business Bureau is warning homeowners this holiday season to be on the lookout for possible door-to-door winter scams, from utility imposters to vanishing fake contractors. Better Business Bureau President and CEO Steve J. Burness says scammers are looking for all kinds of opportunities to get access to your money this winter.
We're seeing a lot of scams come in where they basically say they can help you in some way because winter is coming, whether it be construction, energy audits, or things of that nature. Even fake utility workers come to the home and basically say they'll need access to your electricity or gas lines.
Legal action follows the messy pre-sale of Taylor Swift concert tickets. More than 24 Swifties are suing Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, alleging fraud and price fixing. Attorney Jennifer Kinder, who's filed the lawsuit in Los Angeles on Friday, had this to say.
This is a classic case of David versus Goliath, a monopoly, a monopolistic company.
The game was kind of a sleeper to watch. Here's the call on Georgia Bulldog Sports Network as Dylan Bell reels in a 3-yard reception for a touchdown, giving number 1 Georgia a 35-7 lead over number 14 LSU.
Going to roll out, naked to the right, fires it over the middle, wide open, touchdown, Dylan Bell.
The Bulldogs went on to beat LSU 50-30 to win the SEC championship. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Get hour number 2 underway here on a Back to Work Monday. Close out the weekend. Welcome in. 5th day of December. Hope you had a good weekend. As always, our number 844-844-3388. Who else we got checking in here? Out of the box. Let's see. Dion says Ohio State versus Michigan rematch for the national title. Okay, well, that's definitely in the realm of possibilities. Yeah, those two teams have a game yet to win. For that to occur, we'll see. Lauren Weiss on board. He said, hey, no freight haulers, in the left lane tonight. It's a good thing. You see, is it really a quiet night out there on the roadways, huh? Hello to Cliff. Shorty checks in. Just went past Kentucky Speedway. All full of Fords. As I head toward Columbus, I'll be going through your neck of the woods in about an hour. All right, well, wave a hand. Ring the cowbell for you there, Shorty. Safe travels. Good morning or good evening, depending where you may be. It's Brother Rambler checking in with you tonight, God's children. Had a great service tonight at Determined Ministries Church, and as always, we give a shout-out at the end of the service to go over and tune into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I'm also happy about Coach Prime being named head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes football program. I believe in my heart that his coaching staff and he will bring that program back. Sorry to say, though, that my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide did not make the playoffs. We will get to play Kansas State Sugar Bowl there on December 31st, New Year's Eve, right? Anyway, God's children, stay safe, and I'll check back in tomorrow night. All righty, thank you very much, Brother Rambler. There's John. Good morning, Steve. 26 cold degrees in Detroit tonight. Late night load out for the Hamilton show. Heck yeah, go blue. Then Shorty said, had a Democrat senator flip to Republican over the weekend from West Virginia. Okay, I'll do a check on that one as well. See, I need your, a lot of times the listeners help me out. I have plenty of prep tonight because I know Mondays are, well, typically a bit on the slow side, as you very well know. But Wheelchair Dave said, can you give us the update on the B-21 that was unveiled on Friday? Yes, the first new bomber aircraft in 30 years unveiled in Palmdale, California. The nuclear stealth bomber, the B-21 Raider. Before the B-21 was unveiled from its hangar door at Air Force Plant 42, the public was treated to a flyover event of the 3 U.S. bombers that are still in service. That would be the B-52 Stratofortress, the B-1 Lancer, and the B-2 Spirit. According to the Defense Secretary, this isn't just another plane. It is the embodiment of America's determination to defend the republic that we all love. According to the defense analysis, among the changes from prior models are updated computing ability and advanced coding to make the bomber harder to detect, new ways to control electronic emissions, and utilization of the latest propulsion technologies. Part of the department's effort to modernize the nuclear triad, including silo-launched nuclear ballistic missiles, submarine-launched warheads, as the Pentagon warns that China is on track to have 1,500 nuclear weapons by the year 2035. This is an accelerating trend, according to one senior defense official. We see that with the build-out of the silo fields, the creation of a nuclear triad, what they're doing with their sea bases and air components, as well as the silos and their mobile land forces. Former Air Force Secretary Deborah Lee James, kind of echoing the Defense Department's recent concerns about China. Almost 7 years ago, when the contract for the B-21 was first announced. James said, we needed a new bomber for the 21st century that would allow us to take on much more complicated threats, like the threats we fear we would have one day from China and Russia. Anyway, there are currently 6 B-21 Raiders in production, with the Air Force planning to build 100 capable of deployment without human crew, carrying either nuclear weapons or conventional bombs. Although the aircraft's final cost remains unknown, the Air Force had previously put the price tag at an average cost of $550 million each. Of course, that was in 2010. $550 million then would be how much now? Like 750, I don't. Be a lot more than $550 million. Inflation, you know. All right, it is 844-3388. Before we get to some of the industry headlines, other news to cover, interesting, trying to get some answers out of North Carolina. This is a topic that, in particular, myself and Pappy have talked about on a number of occasions, the threats to our grid, our power grid, our infrastructure in this country, be it from terrorists, which that's a question mark right now. Here's what we know. Over 40,000 North Carolina residents in Moore County are powerless after 2 substations were taken out by gunfire Saturday night. According to police, Moore County Sheriff Ronnie Fields posted a statement a little after 7 o'clock Saturday evening that several communities across the county began to experience power outages. Now, Duke Energy, which operates the power grid in that county, responded to at least 2 different substations, and there was evidence of what they say are called intentional vandalism at both. We faced something last night here in Moore County that we've never faced before, said the sheriff. Press conference this past afternoon. He did give a few more details about the situation, saying there was extensive damage found at 2 substations caused by multiple gunshots, which caused power outages primarily in the central and northern portions of the county. As of this past afternoon, Sunday afternoon, Power Outage US said 40,679 customers were still without power. Due to the power outage, a curfew actually went into effect at 9 o'clock Sunday evening, and that goes till 5 o'clock a.m. this morning, Monday. An investigation into what occurred at the substations is underway by the FBI, the State Bureau of Investigations, and local law enforcement agencies around the clock. The Moore County Director of Public Safety said during that press conference that the Moore County Sportsplex was being opened as a shelter Sunday afternoon for those without power. That facility can hold 225 to 250 citizens. It's going to remain open until the county feels like it's not necessary. Jeff Brooks from Duke Energy said full power restoration may not occur till Thursday of this week. He explained that unlike a storm where power can be rerouted, there is equipment at the substations that needs to be replaced or repaired because of the gunfire. We are pursuing multiple paths of restoration, but our number one priority is to get the power back on for the customers. As a result of the power outage, Moore County Schools Superintendent announced schools will be closed today, and the situation will be evaluated on a day-to-day basis, I guess, till power's restored. State Senator Tom McInnes said, folks, this was a terrible act. The perpetrator who did the terrible act will be brought to justice. Sheriff Fields would not go into the specifics of the investigation because he didn't want to jeopardize it in any way, but he did reaffirm the FBI and the State Bureau of Investigation are working every avenue they can to find the individual or individuals. No group has accepted responsibility for what they described as a targeted attack. Did not call it domestic terrorism. We do not have a motivation right now. I will just, for the moment, I'll call them cowards, said the sheriff. But that's obviously what they're looking into. Yet notice it's not the kind of thing you can fix overnight when you get to these substation issues. All right, if we get more details, we will pass it along. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, we'll get back to your calls coming up here just ahead on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. I did pull up the update. I guess the announcement came down Thursday or Friday out of West Virginia. Shorty gave me the heads up on this a few minutes ago. Dateline, Charleston, West Virginia. West Virginia Democrats and Republican leaders reacting to an announcement by Senator Glenn Jeffries that he's switching from the Democrat to the Republican Party, a move that adds to the supermajority that already controls that's to be the state Senate there. Jeffries, who represents parts of Kanawha and Putnam counties, District 8, announcing last Thursday that he is changing his party affiliation. Out of the 34 seats in the West Virginia Senate, 4 seats were Democrats prior to the switch, so that number dwindles to just 3 now. Putnam County's Republican Executive Committee released a statement which says Glenn expressed to me his discomfort with the leftward direction of the Democrat Party and that he no longer identifies with them. Let's see. Delegate Mike Pushkin, who serves as West Virginia's Democrat Party chair and spoke with the news about the announcement, said, I'd say this move has way more to do with opportunity than it does with any sort of ideology. Either way, in Jeffrey's statement he released to the media, he said he pledged to work in a bipartisan way to find solutions for our biggest problems in West Virginia. Simple as that. All right, so state senator there in West Virginia. Very interesting. All right, we got Daryl on board here on a Monday. What's happening, Daryl?
How you doing? You getting close to me when you talk about Moore County, North Carolina. I got kin folks down there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I go down there quite often. There's a great big fruit cake factory down in there that sends fruit cake all over the United States. And I order about a dozen of them for Christmas.
Do you?
My brother went down after the Korean War and married a girl from Moore County. And she still lives at Wilmington, and I go visit her now and then we go over to Moore County to visit her other sister. A lot of chickens are raised in that part of the country. And turkeys, I suppose, but I know about the chickens because I used to help haul them. We'd go out at night with about 5 in a Dodge pickup truck and a scale in the back end, and those guys drove like the wind, and they'd start loading big trucks, and the guy with the most seniority went home first. And then the next guy went home second, and then third and fourth, and the youngest guy, he went home about daylight. And they'd start arguing about one had to umpire a ball game, and the other one had to take his wife to the doctor trying to get the next load. And that'd go on all night long. And I worked with a guy that had the least seniority, so we didn't get to go home till about daylight. It was hard work. It's getting to snow time. Didn't you break down one time over at on Galbraith somewhere and had to climb up a hill during the snow time in your Pontiac?
Yeah, that was on the Ronald Reagan Highway. Yeah, but it was 4 below zero that morning there, Daryl.
What kind of Pontiac did you have all those years?
That was my fire chicken, as we call it, the Firebird.
Yeah, we used to have a Firebird. My wife drove a Firebird for about 3 or 4 years. I remember paying $17,000 cash. I don't think you could do that today.
No, sir.
How many miles did you have on your Firebird?
Oh, I don't recall. It's probably a little over 100,000. It ran out of gas, though, is what happened to me. The gas gauge had stopped working. You know, I had procrastinated for over a year about doing anything about getting that fixed. But, you know, I thought I had enough gas in there. Obviously, I didn't. So out of juice, out of go juice.
Well, was there heavy snow on them that night?
No snow, just the cold. Just 4 below zero. It was a clear morning, thank goodness, but it was cold.
I was driving my wife's Buick one day and ran out of gas right in the middle of an intersection. Had to get some help pushing it over to the side, and I asked her if she knew the gas gauge didn't work, and she said, yeah, she usually ran at 400 miles, and I looked, and it was 404. I thought, good grief. Stop and get some gas once in a while.
Yeah. Once you do that, you don't want to do it again.
No. My dad back during the war had a Model A, and every time he went to town, he'd put $1 worth of gas in his Model A, and one day the gas gauges never worked on them things, and one day he was putting gas in it and ran the gas tank over. I hate to follow Big Ed. That man knows more about football than about anybody around.
Mm-hmm.
About all I know is the Bengals. They did good yesterday.
Yeah, but I didn't get to watch that game because that was a late start, 4:25, whatever. So, yeah, I was snoozing, and I was kind of surprised. Kansas City. I mean, that's
Kansas City is one tough ball team.
Yes, sir. And according to the report, I said, looks like Kansas City has not beat the Bengals in Cincinnati since 2018.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I used to take that run from St. Louis to Kansas City and driving for Ryder Little R, and I'd go by their baseball park. They had the most beautiful baseball park you could see from the interstate highway of any team I've ever been around. And I got to go to Montreal. The old Montreal stadium was underground. You rode in on a train, got off, and then I went to the old Astros dome.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the Twins stadium, and it was pumped up by air. Had those big air tanks. That was a strange feeling to walk through them air chutes to get inside the stadium, and then it's pumped up by air. I think they tore that stadium down. But
how about that?
I've enjoyed visiting. I got to visit the old Indian Stadium when about 2,500 people were there, and it seated like 100,000. It was weird.
Yeah, like
they almost had more
like Big Ed
ball players than they had.
I need to get to one of those games with like at the Shoe. What's that? Like 104,000, I think, is the capacity there. All right, Daryl, hey, thank you for the call. Thanks for checking in. He's seen a few things over the years, hadn't he? All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Of course, I guess the president there Friday signing the imposed labor agreement between the railroad companies. Averting the possibility of a strike. Of course, as we know, we've been talking for weeks that would have disrupted the economy right here in the heart of the holiday shopping season. Obviously, many of those rail workers are not happy with what Congress and the president has done. We'll give you more on that coming up. First of all, news break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Vandalism may have caused a massive power outage in a central North Carolina county, leaving about 45,000 homes and businesses in the dark Saturday night into early Sunday, affecting everything from Sunday worship services to golfers teeing off at well-known Pinehurst Resort. Utility workers found evidence at multiple electric substations that indicated intentional vandalism had occurred, according to Moore County Sheriff Ronnie Fields. More Chinese cities in the far west announced an easing of coronavirus curbs on Sunday as China tries to make its zero-COVID policy more targeted and less onerous after unprecedented protests against restrictions last weekend. And Chinese leader Xi Jinping was unwilling to accept Western vaccines despite the challenges China is facing with COVID-19, and while recent protests there are not a threat to Communist Party rule. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll take a look at our travelers' weather out west as we get the new week started. Coming up here, I don't have the audio. I've got the actual transcript of an interview in regards to the rail strike, the legislation. Ian interviewing Peter, he said, yeah, the deal that Congress enforced is the one the Biden administration helped to negotiate earlier this year, which, of course, several unions rejected. Why were they against it? To which the response is the lack of paid sick leave caused the workers I spoke to vote it down. That and the draconian scheduling policies. Rail workers are constantly missing wedding anniversaries, funerals, birthday parties. It's just baked into the job. But in addition to that, there's pressure to be at the job site even when they've got emergencies or sick children. Here's an example. I talked to a guy named Anthony who's based in eastern Tennessee and worked on maintenance crews, repairing tracks for Norfolk Southern Railway. His dad had worked there for 40 years, and he remembers trying to sneak into his duffel bag as a kid to join him on the road. He regularly worked 4 10-hour shifts in a row, swinging giant hammers, pounding stakes into the railroad ties. His son had been born with a heart defect, and last year he stayed home for his son's surgery. His supervisor pressured him to come back, saying, "You're putting me in a tough spot. You have to be here." To which he was furious, so he quit. Wow, that sounds like a difficult choice. What about workers who actually ended up supporting the deal. To which he said, well, there was unhappiness even among the workers whose unions did ratify the deal, but their calculus was, well, let's be pragmatic here. There's no way in hell they're going to let us strike. Congress is going to intervene, and this is the best we're going to get. The deal did benefit workers on the issue of reimbursements for lodging on the road. Many rail workers spend long periods away from their families with schedules subject to change. Maintenance gang workers like Gunter, who sometimes drove 12 hours from his home, have traditionally been given reimbursement rates so low that they eat terribly and stay 2 or 3 to a room in crappy motels. One worker told me he buys cheap clothes to sleep in and throws them away because he's afraid of bringing bed bugs home to the family. So at least the higher reimbursement rates are a victory. Next question, have working conditions always been this bad for rail workers? He says, from the beginning, in the 19th century, the railroads were run by financiers who operated them as financial assets, often to the detriment of service. Union Pacific, one of the companies that built the Transcontinental Railroad, made a priority of securing land from the federal government instead of creating efficient routes. Another company pressed Chinese laborers into service to build the tracks to drive down the wages. So railroads have always employed fairly ruthless techniques to keep a lid on costs while rewarding the investors. And you can argue that what they've done in recent years is about gratifying Wall Street. They laid off nearly a third of their workforce at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, worsening freight service while increasing their profits, to which they handed out some handsome stock dividends. It's good for the shareholders. It's good for investors. But shippers have complained, and it's miserable for workers because there are fewer people to do the same amount of work. And they said, well, it seems unusual for the president and Congress to have this much say over labor disputes. To which he says, yeah, the Railway Labor Act, which gives them this power, is an outlier. It goes all the way back to the tumultuous strikes in 1877 that shut down rail service and prompted the president to send in troops. Because there are now alternatives to shipping by rail, like trucking, yet many labor experts argue that it's an outdated system that gives the railroads leverage over their workforce. Rail workers can try to strike, but their only real play is to threaten to sabotage the American supply chain, to disrupt economic life for everyone. All right, well, as you noted, we now have trucks to move cargo. So how essential are the trains today? To which you said, a hell of a lot of stuff still travels by rail. 40% of freight in the U.S., and it's a central piece of the global supply chain. What we've learned through the great supply chain disruption during the pandemic is that if any part of the system goes down, we get backups everywhere else. A strike would have produced a real economic shock. There would have been shortages of chlorine that's used for the wastewater treatment plants and chemicals used to make paints and fertilizers. It would have meant higher prices for crops and other goods at a time when people are already paying more for groceries. With the inflation we're seeing, it would have disrupted jobs that depend on the rails to move stuff, whether it's retail workers or contractors working on homes. It's clear the Biden administration recognized the political pitfalls of telling rail workers that the work they do is more important than the terms of their compensation. Yeah, Biden was clearly spooked by the prospect of another supply chain crisis on his watch, and he opted not to force the railroads to swallow paid sick leave at the cost of averting a strike. So it's a win for the railroads. It's a loss for the men and women that are actually out there doing the hard labor, the blood, sweat, and tears. All right, 5-7. What's going on? Happy Monday.
Yep. Yeah, the Democrats. All right, now I didn't know anything about this. I took Saturday off and Sunday, and I was sitting back and enjoying things that I liked enjoying with my wife. We went to a store and all like that, had a good time. Well, boom, all of a sudden, boom, I get this thing about Trump saying about suspending the Constitution. I just don't have a clue what that's all about.
Mm-hmm.
But the Democrats are faithful. Of course, they're going to say what they're going to say, I'm ready. I'm ready now. All right, Republicans, what are you going to do? And then all of a sudden, they on there and they're bending over, touching their ankles. I'm sorry, boys. That ain't the way you do it. That is not the way you do it. All right, now's the time. I just drive a truck. I just found out about this. I just found out about this. It ain't 30 minutes, man. I'm driving a truck. I ain't got time to sit in my office and get on the computer and look up this stuff. No, boys. You gotta understand. Whatever Donald J. Trump decides and says, it ain't going to fly unless it happens in the Congress, okay, about suspension of the Constitution. But let me tell you what's going on. You guys, your man's up there constantly violating the Constitution. You people are violating the Constitution. What are you worried about it for? You don't use it. Every time in the past that you tried to get Trump for something you said was unconstitutional, the court said it was okay. Oftentimes, the liberal court said he was within the bounds of the Constitution. Your man constantly is getting time and time again is saying that he was acting unconstitutional. So there you go. Democrats, pay attention. Good Lord. Republicans, go for them. It's wide open field. Go for them when they start running their mouth about the Constitution. The American people out here have been forced to take chemical in their bodies. They've been forced to lose their job in the military, and they've been forced to do things. They're threatening to put this stuff on our children, but even Tylenol right now is coming up and being sued for possible ties to autism.
Mm-hmm.
How long was that take? Come on. Now's the time, you Republicans, go for it. Don't sit back and let them do this to you. And Trump, I tell you what, will you roll over and play with that supermodel wife of yours and put that frickin' Twitter down? Doggone. But, my goodness, don't talk to me about suspending the Constitution, because constantly, the last 2 years, you guys have totally ignored it. Yeah, and if I was crude, I would say you were using it for toilet paper. So, other than that, boom. Hey, you know what?
Yes, I get. I get what you're saying about. I get what you're saying about the Republicans could go after the Democrats on what you're saying, where they've been abusing or ignoring or upending the Constitution anyway. But at the same time, you can't really justify or side with Trump to suggest that that's something realistic to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's just you shut it down. You just tell the boys, hey, it ain't going to happen. Don't worry about it. It's not even worth arguing about. You can't get it through the Congress anyway. And it ain't going to happen unless he does it through a Congress. But your man doesn't care about the Congress. He does this stuff on his own, like student loan forgiveness.
Right.
So, don't accept, don't apologize, don't back down, don't have to defend Donald J. Trump, but defend your ground. Defend your ground. I'm telling you. You got the Democrats on one side, you got the Republicans on the other side, pulling that rope, and there's a cesspool sitting in the middle. And they keep pulling, the Republicans trying to use intelligence to try to tell your opponent, different. So Well, certain time all the Republicans need to just let go of the rope and let them fall on their butts. That's why I ain't got a problem. Let's all go to that electric as fast as we can to find out how bad it's going to be, and then finally somebody will say, wait a minute. I ain't been able to charge my car for 2 days. I ain't been able to go to work, boss. Well, he said, well, you better find a way to get to work because you're fired if you don't. You know, I'm sorry. Let's do this, man. If they want us to do this, quit fighting stupidity. Let's do this now, get it done and over with so we can get back to where we are oil independent. And say what you want. Donald J. Trump allowed our oil companies to step up and make us oil independent. So there you go. I don't have to depend on what I've done. Learn this down here. I get attacked over what he tweets all the time. I done learned. Don't try to defend the indefensible. Don't even worry about what he says. And like I said, don't worry about it. The Constitution ain't going to be suspended unless Congress does it, and there ain't nobody in Congress is going to let him do that. So, boom. Other than that, we're going to sit back and coffee. Man, we're going to get another sip of coffee. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't need a blood pressure fence, and I enjoy life. Had a great weekend. I hope you did, sir. And we'll be, we're going to sit back and wait for that notification for the Steve Summers overnight drive come Tuesday morning. And hopefully maybe some Republicans might have heard this as they stumbled in from the bar. I mean, after, they left the session, working. Aggravating. So we got it. We're good. We're just going to keep going to work. Hey, this is just a truck driver. What do I know? So there you go.
What do I know? Okay, it's 844-844-3388. All right, clear lines on a Monday. Good morning to the Dipsy Diver who checks in via email. Good morning, Stephen, the best informed audience on both sides of the equator. Good afternoon to Sylvester. It's cool, calm, and clear, just like Mr. Summers here in mid-Michigan. Just wondering how the automobile shopping went with your daughter there. I hope you were able to find something she liked. Indeed, we did. She hadn't got the car yet. It's one of those deals where I guess you could say, yeah, maybe we were in the right place at the right time. We had already been to, I think we were on our fifth stop at various dealerships. Of course, she's in a price range, and good golly, used vehicle prices, I know what they're talking about now. I mean, through the roof. Went to one place, CarMax, I think it was. I mean, big lot. I mean, tons and tons of used vehicles. I'm just assuming they get a lot of their vehicles from the likes of the rental companies, the Hertz and the Enterprise and all that, because they had a whole lot of 30, 40,000 mile vehicles. So that's relatively low miles, right? But you're asking $25,000, $30,000 for a vehicle with 40,000 miles on it. That was undoubtedly out of her price range. Anyway, we ended up at a Nissan dealership, and the one vehicle she was looking at, was in the price range. She's looking, $11,000, $12,000 is about the most she's going to be able to go. And the particular, and this was a vehicle that had 158,000 miles on it. There wasn't $12,000, 158,000 miles on it. I said, no. Well, he pointed out there's a couple of others up here, and let's see, we got this one here. It's a Nissan that's a Sentra with 75,000 miles. And I said, well, let's take a look at that. I mean, for a Nissan, I guess that's kind of low miles, right? 75,000. So he said, let me go get the keys and come in. Can't find the vehicle. It must be in the back. So let me go back. And apparently they had just taken it in on trade either earlier in the day or the day before, and it had not been inspected yet, hadn't been serviced and all. Long story short, we looked at it anyway and called her back Saturday. They had to do their full inspection of the vehicle. And where it stands, they're going to put new tires, they're going to put new shocks on it, and it's supposed to be ready for her to pick up on Tuesday. So, like I said, I think right place, right time. I said, a Nissan, 75,000 miles on it, in that price range where she could afford it, that thing would be snapped up in a heartbeat. So, yeah, that's what we ended up with. Lastly, how about them Wolverines? Undefeated thus far. Also, the Detroit Lions won. Do you know how to turn a pot of soup into a pot of gold? Just add 24 carats. Have another great show as always. Thanks to all the hardworking delivery drivers out there, first responders, farmers, and all of our military, whether active or retired. Thank you much, Dipsy Driver. Let's see. There's Big John on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. 24 here in Kingston, Ohio tonight. Bill checking in. You know, Bill says pretty much exactly what 5-7 said a few moments ago. Said, Steve, the Constitution, think about what the left has and is doing. They're wiping their rears with the Constitution pretty much every day. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. Jump on in there. As we have clear lines, can we see? I've been warning, and I continue to warn, that we here in the United States, we're several years behind as far as this whole Go Green initiative. Many European countries, European Union, of course, they're, like I said, several years ahead of us as far as the push to electrify their vehicles and all that. Switzerland may ban electric vehicles from being used non-essentially this winter as they brace for an energy crisis during the winter months. The Telegraph reporting over the weekend that Swiss officials have drafted emergency proposals that restrict power usage if things get bad as they expect this winter. For example, shops may need to reduce their hours. Streaming services may need to be limited. Buildings may be restricted to heating only to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius. Can't set the thermostat above 68. Other bans, according to the Telegraph, may include concerts, theater performances, sporting events. None of these They'll all be canceled to prevent a blackout. The reason Switzerland's preparing for possible blackouts is the country relies on imported energy during the summer months, while more than half, or 60% of the country's energy comes from hydropowered means. But in the winter months, production slows, and the country relies on imports. The war in Ukraine has contributed to shortages in imports across all of Europe, but paired with Switzerland's dependency on hydropower, the country is, as the Telegraph put it, vulnerable to energy shortages. The emergency plan is split into two tiers: crisis and emergency. It also has 3 levels of restrictions in the first tier and 2 levels of restrictions in the third tier. Swiss officials will activate each tier and level based on the supply level. At the very minimum, buildings will only be able to be heated to 68 Fahrenheit. As things intensify, electric vehicles will be limited. And in the worst case scenario, concerts, sporting events, all will cease. Now I say, we're kind of headed that direction. You don't believe me? Stick around, I'll tell you why, just ahead.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Officials in Moore County, North Carolina have declared a state of emergency and introduced a county-wide curfew starting at 9 p.m. Sunday following what officials call an intentional impact at multiple electrical substations by vandals Saturday night. According to police, an unknown vehicle containing an unknown number of persons approached and disabled the substations around 7 o'clock Saturday night, which cut power to more than 45,000 customers amid freezing temperatures. Moore County Sheriff Ronnie Fields confirms Sunday afternoon what kind of weapon authorities believe caused the damage to the substations.
Evidence at the scene indicated that showed that the firearm had been used to disable the equipment.
President Joe Biden and Congress prevented a rail strike by taking legislative action on a labor contract. It was almost universally felt that a disruption in the supply chain would have a catastrophic impact on the economy. President Biden faces another challenge with Congress paying its bills on time. They need to raise the debt ceiling. Congressman-elect Mike Lawler, a Republican from New York, was on CNN and asked what he thought about that.
I think there really needs to be, frankly, a come to Jesus on this. When it comes to spending, both parties have been guilty of this. We need to be serious about tackling our out-of-control spending and debt.
Kids are hacking into major companies.
The Biden administration announced that the U.S. would investigate recent hacks linked to a teenage cybercriminal group known as Lapsus that focuses on extortion. Some high-profile victims include Uber, Microsoft, and Samsung. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Black Panther 2, once again the queen of the box office. The sequel, Wakanda Forever, finishing first for a fourth weekend in a row, bringing in an estimated $17.6 million in North America, and it should hit $400 million domestically this week. Worldwide, it's just over $730 million. The only film opening wide, the Christmas action movie Violent Night, debuted in second to a decent estimated $13.3 million. Deion Sanders' coaching career has reached the highest level of college football and a surprising destination in Colorado. Sanders, the Pro Football Hall of Famer who transformed Jackson State's program the past few years, was named Colorado's new coach Saturday night. Coach Pryor's mission is to revive a once elite Colorado program that has faded from view for much of the past 20 years. Here's what ESPN's Kirk Herbstreit had to say about the hire.
Overnight, Colorado goes from a brand that's honestly been forgotten and not talked about, and seems like over a decade, to all of a sudden a lot of attention, a lot of buzz, and a lot of people curious to see if Deion's going to take this job and become the guy at Boulder and get them back on the map. I think we all applaud it, look forward to it, and hope it really happens.
It was the return of Deshaun Watson to the NFL. The Cleveland Browns get a 27-14 win over the lowly Houston Texans on Sunday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back, another hour. As we roll into a Monday, welcome in to the Mountain Time Zone. It's a Monday. About an hour from now, we'll be welcoming in our friends on the West Coast as we work our way into the 5th day of December, time zone to time zone. Speaking of our friends in the West, you have not been strangers to unsettled weather as of late. Frequent rounds of cold rain near the coast, heavy snow in the higher elevations. For those along the Interstate 5 corridor, don't need to wait long for more rain to arrive. Yeah, many spots already saw some rain early Sunday morning. The culprit is a large area of low pressure just lingering just offshore. And that's helping to direct moisture-rich air toward the coast. Heaviest rain is going to be directed into northern California. However, precip is likely to spread as far north as Washington, as far south as Los Angeles, according to the latest forecast. While the rain and mountain snow may turn heavy at times, this storm's going to be a quick-hitting, departing most locations later today, Monday. Even still, lingering showers and some snow expected from the San Francisco Bay Area to the Colorado Rockies. Then another wave of unsettled conditions returns later this week. A large dip in the jet stream remains in place over the western third of the states this week. That's going to help steer any moisture into the west coast. All right, forecasters also explained this dip in the jet stream is going to keep it chilly for much of the folks out west. Yeah, the most extreme of which will be in Seattle and across much of the Pacific Northwest. Temperatures running as much as 15 degrees below normal for this time of year. This setup will be most prominent Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, when cities like San Diego and Sacramento, California, as well as Portland, Oregon, will be dodging the rain showers through the day. Rain not likely to become heavy, but it will be enough to need the umbrella or the rain jacket throughout the day. Looking toward the second half of the week, there's a more substantial storm that may move ashore once again, making for some more widespread impacts. Unlike the weekend storm, which is lingering offshore, the storm later this week is going to track onshore, so rain and snow quickly slamming into the coast. Now, depending on just how much cold air is available, rain could change to snow even at some of the low elevations in the northwest. Bellingham, Washington, Seattle, maybe looking toward Thursday, Friday of this week. Substantial accumulations will be measured at the higher elevations. Travel through many of the major mountain passes may be difficult or impossible. Further south in Oregon and Northern California, rain at the lower elevations. Rounds of rain could slow your travel as that storm comes ashore. While it remains to be seen just how far south the rain reaches later this week, it's possible Southern California may miss out on this round of moisture. All right, regardless of where exactly the steadiest, heaviest rain falls, all this long-term rain will be beneficial across the West. You still have a large majority of the region in drought conditions, including 99% of California and 60% of Oregon in moderate or worse drought conditions. So while 1 week will not put an end to the rainfall deficit, it will continue to slowly climb out of the long-term drought conditions. That would be good news. All right, left off there at the top of the hour, mentioning Switzerland. Hey, you may not be allowed to charge your electric vehicles. How are you going to get to and from work? Can't turn the thermostat above 68 Fahrenheit, 20 Celsius. What gives? Are we headed that direction? Well, let me start with the former EPA official over the weekend. stating Americans need to prepare now for power outages. Americans should be preparing now for energy shortages to hit this winter. After the Biden administration from day one has initiated a war on U.S. energy, particularly on the coal, oil, and natural gas that provides 80% of this country's total energy usage. Now, this is the former chief of staff for the Environmental Protection Agency speaking this past day. Americans are going to have to take some of these matters into their own hands because the Biden administration and Democrats at the local level have been ignoring their responsibility to shore up the grid system. It's not because of natural shifts in the market. This is by design. The Biden administration trying to shutter coal, trying to limit the development of natural gas here in the United States. Further, the administration's willing to go abroad to places like Venezuela and other countries that are run by dictators where people have no standards for humanitarian values to bring oil to the United States. And then there's the matter of keeping the lights on. My biggest concern is we're talking about shortages on the front end of the winter season. It's just coming up on us. Usually we're having these conversations toward the middle of the winter season after a major weather storm hits. But right now, everyone's already concerned, and folks need to plan accordingly because this administration has set aside this very important responsibility. Meanwhile, there's not enough electricity being generated to support the growing demand, let alone to fuel the Biden administration's adherence to the left's extreme green agenda. Look at what happened in California. They're trying to ban the internal combustion engine. In general, gas-powered vehicles. And a week or two after they passed that as a policy at the state level, they started sending out messages telling people to curtail or stop their electricity, using their electricity, because they didn't have enough to support the demand. Now, pointing to her own experience at the EPA, where she served under former President Trump's administration, this green agenda is completely unnecessary for improving the environment. We can have it all, and we did a couple years ago. It's just become all about politics instead of technological realities and doing what's right by the people, from the president all the way down to the local Democrat officials. She did admit that there are some tangible alternatives when it comes to renewable energy, but most of their focus is on wind or solar. They're not considering things like biomass. I'm from Mississippi, where we grow trees very well. They won't entertain things like biomass. They'll shift that abroad, but they won't consider using it here. And again, in a place like Mississippi, we have it right here. That could lend itself to better energy security in a stable electricity supply. This administration is listening to their political allies. They don't necessarily care about the real, tangible harm that they're causing to the rest of the country. Now let's move to California. As this ongoing debate about, hey, we have the resources here. Last week we were talking about, why are we authorizing Chevron to go back into Venezuela to drill for oil, to put more oil on the global market? Why? When we've got so much resources right here at home. And then, of course, the administration tries to say, hey, look at all these permits we've issued. We've issued 9,000 permits. They're just not using them. To which we respond, well, listen, your policies, your Biden administration policies, disincentivizes. There is no incentive for the big oil companies to invest in more drilling here. Why would you invest in something that you know they're looking to ultimately eliminate? You got to look at the long term. That's what they're looking at. If they're going to pour billions of dollars into investments, they've got to recoup that money and then some. You're talking about eliminating the internal combustion engine in 10 years' time. Let's take it to the next level. Again, back to California. The Los Angeles City Council has voted unanimously to immediately ban new oil and gas extraction and require all such existing operations to halt production within 20 years. According to the LA Times, Council President Paul Krikorian described the ordinance as a monumental step in the history of the city and its relationship with oil, stating that it may be the most important step towards environmental justice that this council has taken in recent memory. Los Angeles, which was built by a once booming petroleum industry, currently has 26 oil and gas fields with more than 5,000 wells, some of which are idle. Studies have found that living near wells, which emit carcinogens, contribute to health problems, respiratory issues, preterm births. Stand together against neighborhood drilling. Stand LA. A group of community groups that pushed for this legislation released a statement that blacks, Latinos, and other communities of color currently living near these polluting oil wells and derricks in LA will eventually breathe easier. But the group did not attend the city council meeting or news conference declaring that it could not support business as usual. The oil industry obviously opposed the city council's decision, warning this is going to harm, first of all, the city's finances. This will make Los Angeles more dependent on foreign oil. The California Independent Petroleum Association, representing over 300 independent crude oil and natural gas producers, sent out a letter in October disputing the claims of the detrimental health effects from oil and gas drilling and the production operations. Yeah, this industry brings in an estimated $250 million to the city's general fund. Yeah, be careful what you wish for. We're just a couple years behind, maybe even not years. We may just be 12 months behind the likes of Switzerland. All right, but it continues going on and on. 20 past the hour. Wide open lines on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, again, clear lines. It's a Monday. Boy, you can tell it's a Monday. Scarecrow kind of, I think you called that, with that email out of the box. He said if the traffic is any indication, you're going to need some help this morning. And now, let me see here. Shorty gives me an update. Let me flip back over. Somebody said, anybody know what's going on? 75 northbound, Cincinnati. All right, coming 75, 71 north. Take the 275 loop around. It's backed up from the state line to the top of the cut in the hill. And then 75's closed at the state line. They got you taking 71. So I'm guessing even at this hour, some pretty decent backups there. Yeah, that's what we've got. Who else checks in this morning? There's Table Scraps on board. Nicole says, Steve, just heard you talking about the Nissan you found for your daughter. Now, I don't want her to get stuck in a problem. Do a little research on that year, make, and model. They have a CVT transmission that's extremely prone to going out. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. I actually have a 2016 Sentra right now that I have to replace the transmission in. There have been lawsuits against Nissan for this. There's a rubber belt inside the transmission that fails. Just wanted to give you a heads up because I know the last thing your daughter needs is another problem vehicle. All right, thank you very much. I'll do a little research on that maybe later this morning. James is on board. Anyone catch what town in Arizona Ranger found his new home in? Yeah, just curious what town he fell in love with. I can't remember what did he say. And I know he's got a relative that lives in Phoenix, and it's not Phoenix because I can't take the Phoenix temperatures in the summer months, so I'm guessing he's somewhere where it's a little higher in the elevation. It wasn't Flagstaff, but yeah, a place where it'd be a little bit cooler. Hello to the Ice Cream Man checking in from Atlanta. You know, going back to Friday morning, we were talking about the vehicles we were going to look at, and what's his name? Dipsy Driver had that 2013, what was it, the GMC Terrain, I believe was the one it was called. And several people gave me a heads up on, can't remember the gentleman that said, hey, you got to watch out. There was actually a recall on the timing belt. And based on the type of engine that thing had, if the timing belt goes out, it's going to tear up the internals of that engine. And once I got the Carfax, and I did see, like in 2019, apparently they had to replace pistons and piston bearings on that particular engine. So I'm just assuming that exact issue happened with the timing belt on that particular car. It was still there, but we got to the lot and they said, yeah, we got a pretty nasty exhaust leak on this thing right now. So I said, okay, maybe those are just signs to say, let's look elsewhere. So that's kind of what we did. But all right. It is 844-844-3388. Got a news break just ahead here, and we'll get back to your calls again on a quiet Monday. Horse Feathers will be checking in momentarily. What do we have from CDL Life? Love's Travel Centers giving away 12 days of prizes to truck drivers starting this week. It's part of their annual 12 Days of Christmas giveaway. Matter of fact, today, December 5, the giveaways begin on Love's Facebook page. You simply comment on a giveaway post to enter the contest. In addition to the prizes, Love's will also donate $30,000 to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, helping truckers and their families when a driver is unable to work due to illness or injury. We are excited to kick off our third annual 12 Days of Christmas giveaway as a way to give back to customers and to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund for the life-changing work their foundation does, according to Jenny Love Mayer, Chief Culture Officer and Executive Vice President of Love's Travel Centers. Thanks to our customers and employees, this year has been a year of milestone achievements, and this is just a small way to say thank you. A little bit of appreciation for that. Some of the prizes include the likes of a Nintendo Switch, an ice maker, a Coleman cooler. They've got cell phone gear, headsets, and a grand prize of 100,000 My Love reward points, which that's the equivalent of like $1,000. Spokesperson with the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund says, we are grateful to once again join forces with Love's for this holiday promotion that gives back to the drivers that give so much to us throughout the entire year. So there you go. That all gets underway today. The 12 Days of Christmas giveaway at Love's around the country. So we'll come back following a news break here on a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A volcano erupted in Indonesia on Sunday, spewing a cloud of ash 15 kilometers into the sky and forcing the evacuation of nearly 2,000 people, authorities said, as they issued the highest warning for the area east of Java Island. There were no immediate reports of any casualties from the eruption of the Semeru volcano, and Indonesia's transport ministry said there was no impact on air travel. Jim Colby, an Arizona Republican who served in the U.S. House of Representatives for more than 20 years and became an advocate for gay rights and the environment, died December the 3rd at the age of 80. The Matthews County Board of Supervisors is moving ahead with unusual plans to deed the public land under a Confederate statue on the historic courthouse green to a private preservation group aiming to prevent any future residents from taking it down. This is USA Radio News.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, according to OGO, that's the traffic update for Ohio. So this is folks coming northbound out of Kentucky into Cincinnati. So northbound 75 is shut down there. Looking at OGO, all lanes are blocked at about, I guess, 9th Street, the 9th Street exit. And Shorty mentioned there's a pretty good backup. So if you want to jump on 275, you can take your pick. Go around the east side or the west side. I think it adds about 15 miles to the trip. Otherwise, they're funneling all the traffic northbound there at the bridge, sending you over across Fort Washington Way to 71 northbound. It says there's about an 11-minute delay on I-71 north, starting right there at the bridge, the 0-mile marker. So you can, pick your poison. Lesser amount of traffic at this point in time, but of course, when they send you up 71 north, you get up and you hit what they call the Norwood Lateral. That'll take you back across to 75 north if that's what you need. Of course, if you take the 275 alternative, that'll take you around right back to 75 north. So there's the update. Accident there about at the 9th Street where they got it shut down. So heads up. Horse feathers on a Monday. What's going on?
Oh, it sounds like a whole lot of fun out there. So, not a whole lot of anything other than just the service plaza there. It's set in line for half an hour, try to get fuel. So I guess everybody's sitting at the fuel island. Of course, when I got up there to put fuel in my truck, it looks like the they're about ready to run out of juice in the ground there for the amount of flow they had coming out of the nozzles. So
slow go.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they're shut down for trying to sell diesel there in the Delaware Service Plaza here in a little bit until they get another load in. But anyways, there, yeah, I was kind of out doing a special movement on Saturday morning there. I had a trailer that had to be relocated, so I spent about 8 hours out doing that. And I guess it was closer to 9 hours because I got up to where I had dropped trailer off there, and I just happened to get back through the log a little bit to delete the trailer number out because I was going to bobtail home, and realized that I didn't have enough time to get home before I had 8 hours of drive time, so I had to sit there for an extra 12 minutes to complete a 30-minute break from unhooking my trailer that I dropped off. And so, but I got lucky to see that I just didn't drive back and end up with a violation in the log that way. But in the process of being out there Saturday morning, of course, you not being on the air and everything there, we talked to the Eskimo Mommy and a gentleman named CB, and I believe CB is the one that gave you the heads up there on that car there about the timing.
The timing. Okay, the timing belt. Yep.
Yeah. I believe it was CB there. We talked to him a little bit in the morning there, and we discussed that to a little bit further depth of what he'd done and his knowledge of vehicles and everything. Sounds like he's worked around some scrap yards and everything, and is pretty knowledgeable about all the ins and outs of problems with vehicles. So anyways, and I don't believe that Ranger ever mentioned the name of the town that he's moving to, and probably more on purpose than just not realizing that he didn't do it, because I think Ranger likes to be a little kept to himself a little bit there, and probably doesn't want everybody out here in the whole listening world to absolutely know where he's at. You know, we know he's up in the Philadelphia area right now, but that's really about as much as I know about up there. So, but anyways, I don't know what else we got going on. While we were talking Saturday morning there, they said there was a wreck up in the Dayton area that a truck had gone off an on-ramp or something and had crashed into the median. I believe it was 71. Would that be right? 70 and 71. Is that right up in Dayton? So I guess they were talking there was a possibility that could have been a fatal accident. Probably would have been Saturday morning. So I don't know if you have any information on that at all or can check into that. But anyways, so did Big Ed get your interest all stirred up to go to a ball game there, go to a college ball game or something, or maybe out to a bowl game?
Well, unlike Big Ed, I ain't going to fork over $250 for a ticket to see a football game. You know, I am still somewhat Mr. El Cheapo. Yeah, I completely understand. I'm right there with you, and to be in a crowd of 100,000 people just doesn't do anything for me either. So I don't know. Maybe that $250 ticket, did they give out a buckets of Miller Lights with that, or how does that go? I don't know. They don't even serve alcohol at college games, do they? I'm not sure because I haven't been to one, but I'm not even sure.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know. So, but anyways, hey, last week you were talking about the cruise ship there you're on and had to fire in that, and that must have been before 19 there, because 19 was when we went out with you over Halloween and that, and we were on the Magic, but Big Ed was supposed to show up there to see us off or see us back or something like that, and then he claimed he had some excuse and he couldn't be there, and you just know it was because I was there with my brass knuckles. I was going to poke him in the nose, but he came up with some other excuse that he wasn't going to be there to see us off or back or something. But you said that cruise that the fire was on, that Big Ed was with you on the ship there, so it definitely wasn't 19. I don't know. I don't remember which one it was, but it wasn't that one.
It wasn't 19, so it had to be. I guess it would have been 2 years earlier then. 27. Man, the years go by fast, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yep. So, but yeah, that would have put a hurting on me, because I like that deck 10 there, because as you say, that's where the buffets are and that, and I found the ice cream machines, Your Honor.
Oh yeah.
And you know, I figured it out, because if you go to where the ice cream machines are, the fountain drink machines are on the other side. But if you go to get an ice cream at the ice cream machine, they give you this little itty bitty cup that holds about 6 teaspoonfuls. But if you go across the way there on the other side where the drink cups are, you know, the drink cups for the fountain drinks, you grab one of them, you can fill one of them up with ice cream just as easy as you can the little ice cream dish. And I'll tell you what, you can get a pretty decent serving in a drink cup. So yeah, we figured that out. But yeah, it was about every trip we made from front to back there, I always made sure we went across deck 10 there to go by the ice cream machine. Wife kind of started figuring it out after about the third or fourth time, because we'd be on one of the other decks like, no, we got to go to deck 10 to get to there in the front, or we got to go down to deck 10 to get to there in the back. So why do we have to keep going on to deck 10? And then she realized I stopped for ice cream every time we went past. It's like, okay. So but anyways, there, I don't know, it's kind of just a cool chilly morning here. I don't know, got about 29 degrees, kind of clear out there. Going across the Susquehanna River, looks like there might be a little fog on the river there. But other than that, things as they are on the air or out here on the highways, as I say, it's all pretty quiet there. The biggest traffic tie-up I see was the as I say, the Service Plaza, and actually Delaware is actually doing a paving project here. Can you imagine that? The state of Delaware is out here laying blacktop down at 29 degrees, Your Honor.
Wow, that sounds like fun.
But yeah, going out of Delaware, southbound on 95 into Maryland, they got 3 right lanes closed there, and you can't get off 896. So anybody wants to try to avoid the toll and get off 896, both ramps are closed for a paving project, and they're laying blacktop down, and they'll try to figure out why in 2 years the blacktop's coming up, peeling up off the highway, but they'll forget that it was 29 degrees when they put it down. But anyways, there. So, but other than that, I don't know. So you guys didn't end up coming up to New York to check out that fire chicken. I just can't believe that if you're letting that fire chicken get by without coming up to New York to look at it.
Yeah, right.
So, anyways, but I guess that's about what we got going for you there. And I guess there was one last thing there. Anybody that's getting messages from Gilligan there, that Chris Orndorff,
yeah,
it appeared as if his page had been hacked, and I think that there's this guy out there, I forget what his name was there, something Sideways Sally or something, I can't remember, but it just appeared because he was using Gilligan's Facebook account there to write on Right Wingnuts page. So anyways, I just be careful if anybody gets any friend requests or messages there from that Chris Orndorff or Gilligan. I think his account got hacked there by that other guy there. So, but anyways, that's about what we got going for you. And I'd tell you to go out and look for one, but you might be far and few between here for a little bit by the sounds of it there. Maybe you can dig something up there. You know what you're supposed to do, right?
I may be pausing for that, yes. All right, so thank you, Horse Feathers. There you go. So, yes, indeed, clear lines at 844-844-3388. I love Mondays. Well, speaking of fuel shortages, continued fuel shortages due to high demand warrant the extension of the executive order providing relief from the hours of service requirements in the state of Nebraska. The fuel emergency signed by the acting governor states that commercial motor vehicles and motor carriers that are transporting fuel from further distances and waiting longer at terminals to meet needs. By facilitating increased fuel transportation, this will help reduce delays at the petroleum product terminals to make fuels more readily available to the customers, according to the statement from the governor's office. They actually issued a fuel emergency back on the 1st of November. That order expired on November 30th, prompting this extension through the end of the year. This, like so many other states, the requirements of the hours of service for drivers hauling gasoline or gasoline blends, diesel fuel, fuel oil, ethanol, propane, and biodiesel are temporarily waived. Drivers operating under this proclamation need to carry a copy of it with them as evidence of their direct support during this, what they call, emergency relief period. Several other Midwestern states, including Iowa, Minnesota, and South Dakota, have also issued fuel emergencies this fall. All right, it looks like Iowa's fuel emergency is set to expire on the 22nd. It's like Minnesota and South Dakota's emergency declarations have actually already expired there. All right, again, it's 844-844-3388 on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I guess it was another very interesting development as we rolled into the weekend. Remember, throughout the week last week, Elon Musk was touting, what are they calling it, the Twitter files. The idea of censorship from social media. No, that doesn't happen. Of course, we're not on Facebook this morning. Why is that? censorship. Elon Musk's $44 billion purchase of Twitter is the, quote, best $44 billion that's been spent in recent history for the cause of free speech, says Representative Pat Fallon Saturday. The fact that there's supposed to be this neutral town square, and yet they were putting the thumb on it. Wake up, America. I mean, I've been shadow banned. We knew it. Shadow banned for a decade or more. So I knew it was happening. But all of our worst fears and suspicions are being confirmed now, day by day. Fallon compared the revelation of blocks on conservative speech to being like cockroaches. When the lights come down and spotlight them, they go into the corners, and he is forcing them out. I'm going to give a big salute to Elon on that. Yeah, all Musk is doing with Twitter is saying, I'm going to actually make it a neutral playing field. You're going to have voices from the left and voices from the right. That's all I've ever asked for and what any conservative wants. It's just a fair shake. Now, it was Friday night when Elon indeed rolled out, I guess this is just the beginning of the internal probe into how Twitter handled the Hunter Biden laptop story. There was a thread by journalist Matt Taibbi. It showed that leaked documents suggest the company disproportionately favored Democrats on content moderation before the billionaire took control. Fallon also discussed reports that failed Georgia gubernatorial Stacey Abrams has been lobbying Joe Biden to become the head of the FCC, which her camp has denied. She has exactly the same amount of experience with FCC matters that she does in winning elections, which is zero. The folks that are commissioners tend to have experience with the FCC. I mean, the prospect of Abrams heading that agency is rather frightening. I mean, for the left, dissent equals misinformation. If you don't agree with them, therefore you're not telling the truth, which is patently absurd. Fallon also discussed the recent Department of Defense audit, which revealed that for the fifth year, it still has not accounted for about 61% of its assets, according to military.com. There are 170 million American households, and 10 million were just burnt. I can't believe when you have an audit of an agency that has $3.5 trillion in assets, 290 ships, 19,700 aircraft, 2.7 million personnel active in reserve. You can't account for 61% of that? I mean, I'd be upset if it was 6%. 61%? That's incredible. Well, the president, I should say, former President Donald Trump had a bit to say about the Musk files, or the Twitter files, as they're being called. He says the corrupt Department of Justice will do nothing about the Twitter files, Part 1. How and why Twitter blocked the Hunter Biden laptop story. That's a really big story about Twitter and various forms of government fraud, including specifically election fraud, he writes. We are living in a very corrupt country, And as they're saying all over the internet, nothing will be done about it because the Justice Department and the FBI are just as corrupt. But they'll keep investigating boxes that were legally and openly taken from the White House. Now, the Twitter files released by Tabby, I guess Musk gave him kind of, I know, what would you call it, the exclusive on the story? Yeah, to put this news out. The decision to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story was made at the highest levels of the company, but without the knowledge of the CEO at the time, Jack Dorsey. The former head of legal policy and trust, Vijay Gadd, played the key role in this story. Yeah, they just freelanced it, is how one former employee characterized the decision. Hacking was the excuse. But within a few hours, pretty much everyone realized that wasn't going to hold, but no one had the guts to reverse it. Meanwhile, you got the owner of remember the laptop repair shop where Hunter Biden had actually dropped this laptop off? That guy has been pretty much vilified and all but destroyed by this Hunter story. And he spoke out over the weekend and he said, I have been vindicated by the Twitter expose. All right, let's get our top of the hour news break here on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marissa reporting. Officials in Moore County, North Carolina have declared a state of emergency and introduced a county-wide curfew starting at 9 p.m. Sunday following what officials call an intentional impact at multiple electrical substations by vandals Saturday night. According to police, an unknown vehicle containing an unknown number of persons approached and disabled the substations around 7 o'clock Saturday night, which cut power to more than 45,000 customers amid freezing temperatures. Moore County Sheriff Ronnie Fields confirms Sunday afternoon what kind of weapon authorities believe caused the damage to the substations.
Evidence at the scene indicated that showed that the firearm had been used to disable the equipment.
President Joe Biden and Congress prevented a rail strike by taking legislative action on a labor contract. It was almost universally felt that a disruption in the supply chain would have a catastrophic impact on the economy. President Biden faces another challenge with Congress paying its bills on time. They need to raise the debt ceiling. Congressman-elect Mike Lawler, a Republican from New York, was on CNN and asked what he thought about that.
I think there really needs to be, frankly, a come to Jesus on this. When it comes to spending, both parties have been guilty of this. We need to be serious about tackling our out-of-control spending and debt.
Kids are hacking into major companies.
The Biden administration announced that the U.S. would investigate recent hacks linked to a teenage cyber criminal group known as Lapsus that focuses on extortion. Some high-profile victims include Uber, Microsoft, and Samsung. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Black Panther 2, once again the queen of the box office. The sequel, Wakanda Forever, finishing first for a fourth weekend in a row, bringing in an estimated $17.6 million in North America, and it should hit $400 million domestically this week. Worldwide, it's just over $730 million. The only film opening wide, the Christmas action movie Violent Night, debuted in second to a decent estimated $13.3 million. Deion Sanders' coaching career has reached the highest level of college football and a surprising destination in Colorado. Sanders, the Pro Football Hall of Famer who transformed Jackson State's program the past few years, was named Colorado's new coach Saturday night. Coach Prong's mission is to revive a once elite Colorado program that has faded from view for much of the past 20 years. Here's what ESPN's Kirk Herbstreit had to say about the hire.
Overnight, Colorado goes from a brand that's honestly been forgotten and not talked about, and seems like over a decade, to all of a sudden a lot of attention, a lot of buzz, and a lot of people curious to see if Deion's going to take this job and become the guy at Boulder and get them back on the map. I think we all applaud it, look forward to it, and hope it really happens.
It was the return of Deshaun Watson to the NFL. The Cleveland Browns get a 27-14 win over the lowly Houston Texans on Sunday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. Welcome into a Monday. All right. As we turn the page on the calendar, on the West Coast, 5th day of December. Do that math, 20 days till Christmas. Yeah, we've all seen the likes of the Poseidon Adventure. Remember that movie? Rogue Wave. It's not just the thing of Hollywood films. They do actually occur. In the real world, one has died, 4 others injured after a giant rogue wave hit an Antarctica-bound cruise ship, according to Viking Cruises. The Rogue Wave incident occurred during a storm last Tuesday when the Viking Polaris cruise ship was headed towards Ushuaia, Argentina, according to the company's update. Ushuaia is a starting point for many trips to Antarctica. It is with great sadness we're confirming a guest passed away following the incident. We have notified the guest family and shared our deepest sympathies, according to Viking. 4 other passengers were treated for non-life-threatening injuries by the ship's onboard doctor and medical staff. The ship itself sustained limited damage during the incident. One of the passengers said, "We wondered if we actually hit an iceberg, but there are no ice caps out here." Yeah, but that's how it felt. Everything was fine until the rogue wave hit, and it was very sudden, shocking. Viking said they remain focused on the safety and well-being of their guests and crew, and they're working to arrange return travel for those impacted. Viking also canceled the ship's next sailing, which was scheduled to depart today. The Viking Polaris not one of the mega cruise ships, a 665-foot-long cruise ship built this year, 2022. Capacity allows for 378 guests and 256 crew members. But according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, a rogue wave is a large, unexpected wave that obviously can be very dangerous. Rogue waves, which scientists call extreme storm waves, more than twice the size of surrounding waves, and often come from different directions than that of the already existing waves and wind. These waves are very unpredictable. They have a frightening appearance. Most reports describing rogue waves as looking like a steep wall of water coming at you. They do add that rogue waves are extremely rare. Experts are still researching how they form, though. But no one notes there are several known causes, including constructive interference relating to swells in the ocean, and focuses on shifts in the wave energy. But scary, downright scary. Rogue wave. Good morning, Captain Ron. What's happening?
Happy Monday.
Yeah, I hear you.
Best day of the week. I'm running around in fog down here on 75 in Florida. 65 degrees. So that caller that called about the night that Mr. Summers ran out of gas in the Thunder Chicken, if I recall right, that's when he got a cell phone shortly after that.
Yeah, I did. It was actually, that was a flip phone. That was one of those, like you buy the little card, good for 30 days or whatever. But yes, I did get a flip phone thereafter.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember it being a flip phone, but wasn't no way you was going to have a smartphone, was there?
No, not at the time, but I have since, I guess, come into the real world.
That's right. Got into the modern times. So I don't know if I like the government kind of overriding the railroad. I mean, I didn't want to strike either, but doesn't it kind of give the I mean, all they got to do is just threaten a strike. They know the government would step in now.
That's pretty much what that's what the rank and file are saying. They knew the government would step in. They'd never let them strike, and I guess they were correct, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, I guess. I don't know. So did you enjoy your holiday weekend?
This was all about putting up the Christmas decorations. Friday night, went to my mom's house and drug her tree out of the basement and got her tree put up. Saturday night, I was in the attic, handing down the tubs and the tree and got our tree up.
Well, it was my birthday this weekend, so that's what made it a holiday.
Ah. Well, happy birthday.
Good. Well, thank you. I had something else, but I don't recall what it was.
Did you do something? Did you do something special for your birthday? Go out and get something good to eat, or what?
Went out Friday night to Po Folks. You ever been to one of those?
Yeah, we used to have one around here. I haven't seen one in years and years. Kind of a Cracker Barrel knockoff kind of place.
We have one in St. Pete we went down to. That's the last one. I don't even know where there's the next one that's close. Bill Anderson used to own those, the singer.
Huh.
He's the one that started that chain, if I recall right. But went there Friday night and then went to Sonny's barbecue Saturday night. It was a good weekend overall.
There you go.
Got to watch my Wolverines do the back-to-back championship.
Yeah.
That was cool. But anyway, well, I don't know as much else I've got tonight. I thought I'd give you a holler, wake you up a little bit. Maybe you get a intelligent caller in a little bit.
Wake me up on the best day of the week here. Yes, sir.
That's right. All right. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you checking in there. Here you go, Captain Ron. Yeah, I guess the longer you're out there driving truck, the better the odds. The odds are that somewhere down the line, those accident-free miles will come to an end, right? Whether your fault or not. In this case, how many years had he been driving? 14 years. And it was actually a low bridge in Kansas City that got him. His first accident in his long career. The Independence Avenue Bridge in Kansas City, Missouri. According to the local ABC affiliate, the bridge has only a 12-foot clearance. A clearly marked height sign, yellow flashing lights to warn the drivers. In this case, the trucker was not hurt. Said, I've never had an accident in 14 years. Well, until this. The city, they say, is working with Kansas City Terminal Railroad, which owns the bridge, to install an auditory warning system for truck drivers. That would consist of plastic tubes installed at a specific height to let a driver know if you hit the tubes, you're going to hit the bridge, right? It'd make the loud noise to warn you, hit the brakes now, don't go any further. Yeah, I mean, it was caught on the camera, and you can tell he saw it at the very last moment. He hit the brakes, but it was too late. Boom, there you go. It is 844-844-3388. Scarecrow got you coming up here. Would that be the Carolina Monkey Gouger by chance?
Well, hello there, Steve-O. What's happening, buddy?
It's been a while since we heard. I'm trying to remember. It was Thanksgiving weekend last we chatted, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had Debbie on the truck with me all week, and boy, she was ready to go again. And Biscuit's gonna be out of school, so she had to stay behind so she could take care of the grandchildren. And so anyway, I got my riding part with me this week, but we out here and moving around, man. Everything going good. How's things with you?
I'm doing all right. Can you believe you got your Christmas shopping done? I saw you got your Christmas tree up. I saw that.
Oh, man, I'll tell you one thing, Steve. That Christmas tree, that thing like to kick my rear end. I went to where I usually buy trees at, and they were sold out.
Really?
Already, yeah, and a guy told me that I know, he said, hey, they got some over there at the fruit market. So I went over there. They had this big old Christmas tree there that I got put up there. I didn't really look at the base of it, and I got a pretty big Christmas tree holder there, and got the thing home, and we was trimming it up a little bit, and I told Debbie, I said, we got a problem. She said, what's that? I said, I bought more tree and I got Christmas tree holders. So I had to go back uptown and buy a bigger Christmas tree holder. We got it up, and I let it sit outside for about 2 days, so we go ahead and shake down and watered it and everything, and it turned out to make a pretty good Christmas tree. And I think I got about $200 in that tree now. I had to go buy a new holder and everything else. So.
Yeah.
The grandchildren love it, so, I was happy with that. But while I was off, Biscuit was at the house one night, and she said, Pig said, you ever watched Home Alone 2? I said, yeah, I've seen it many times, watched it many a time with your daddy. Said, well, I want to see it. I said, okay. I said, let's see if we can't find this thing on one of these channels that got to have it. So I went to flipping through it. And, we found it on the Disney Channel, and I got to watching it. And it come to the part where he was making that tape about where he was going to play it later on in the movie. And that old guy was shooting up, and he says, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animal!"
Right.
And she thought that was the funniest thing in the world, right? So she's walking around telling everybody, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animal!" I said, "Harley, you can't." I said, "You can't be saying that." So they had the Christmas parade today in Sumter, and she was in it with her school, pals, and JJ was pulling the float with his pickup, and we went over there and got on Main Street, and I believe everybody I knew in Sumter had ganged up around us and was sitting there talking, and big old crowd there. And my daughter-in-law called me and said, "Which side of the street you on?" I said, "We're down here in front of the motel on the right-hand side of the street." She said, "We'll be down in about 10 minutes. Well, they come strolling down through there, and I was telling everybody, watch out for Biscuit now. Y'all be sure and wave and everything. And they pulled up there and stopped, and she looked at me and said, "Hey, pig, guess what? Merry Christmas, you filthy animal." And I mean, everybody went haywire. I mean, they just went crazy. And they said, "What she call you?" I said, "She don't call me granddaddy, she called me pig." I said, "I used to snort at her all the time when she was a baby. She just thought I was a pig and it stuck." Said, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animal." So anyway, that was pretty funny. And I said, "Well, no more Home Alone for you." But everything else is going real well, man. I mean, I miss anything? Anything new in the trucking industry? Anything going on?
Pretty much same old, same old. You had the Congress intervening in the rail strike thing. I guess you heard that, right?
Yeah, I seen some of that on the TV where they were intervening in that. But who's to say that they can't get the blue flu and still go out?
Well,
they sick, they can't work. But Steve, I know you got the cable TV now. You don't come into the 21st century. There's a series coming on Paramount Plus now that's got old Sylvester Stallone in it, and it's called The Tulsa King. Have you got a chance to watch any of that?
I have not. No, sir.
Well, I will tell you something, Steve. You got to watch it. Old Sylvester Stallone is at his best in this series.
Really?
And I mean, oh yeah, man, you've got to watch it. I mean, it's probably, before it's all over, going to knock Yellowstone off the top.
Wow.
Everybody's watching it, talking about it, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So we've been keeping up with that, and I mean, it's just cheek and tongue humor that old Rocky is doing, and it's pretty good show. I didn't know if you had a chance to catch it or not, but I got to watch it tonight. We stream it. I got to watch the episode for tonight before I left out, and it's pretty good. But I want to congratulate the Clemson Tigers for being the ACC champions this year. They finally benched DJ Hualui and put a real quarterback in. And I tell you something, I don't know if you got to watch any of that game last night, but them boys, them Tigers were firing on all 8 cylinders last night. They could do no wrong. They put that new quarterback in, and buddy, he took them up the field, down the field, back up the field. I mean, they were playing like the Clemson I know. But just one bad quarterback, and that's all it took. And Debbie said, "What you rate to happen?" I said, "That athletic director, after that defeat by them Carolina Gamecocks last weekend," I said, he set him down and said, "Look here, Bo, you got to do something. said, you know, you can lose any game you want to, but we don't lose to the Gamecocks. And they put old DJ Hualui in for one set of downs that he couldn't produce, and then they put that other quarterback in there, buddy, and he run up 14 points, just bam, bam, bam. I mean, it was amazing to see what that man could do. That boy done with that football team. He energized that football team. Defense went to fire, and offense was hitting on all 8. It was a hell of a game, man.
So how about you're going to have your Orange Bowl game there with your Clemson and Tennessee, right? Orange and orange.
Yeah, that's good. The Orange Bowl, the orange teams, you know, that's going to be an interesting game. I'm looking forward to it. But, I mean, if they play this new quarterback that we started, I think we got a good chance. I mean, them Gamecocks didn't have no problem knocking them in the dirt. You see what Carolina done to Tennessee. They beat them unmercifully. And I'm not a Gamecock fan.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, old Beamer, he really energized that team. I mean, you know, they beat A&M and then turned around and beat Tennessee. So, you know, they are up and coming. I mean, I just hate we lost to them by 1 point, but hey, it happens, you know. 1 point or 100, they still lost. But everything else, man, I mean, ducks are flying good. You know, we had a little duck hunting activity there for a week and got to get in the swamp, do some duck hunting and everything else. But Steve, when I had Debbie on the truck with me, she said, I don't know how you do it. Mm-hmm. She said, there ain't no way. She says, I just don't, and I mean, you know, we had to stop. What we stopping for? Well, we got to take a 30-minute break. Why? Well, you got to get it in, you know, to be legal. And then, you know, we'd be running up in the night, and like I say, she got to see the parking crisis, and one night we had to sleep in a kind of a shady truck stop. She wasn't happy about that, and I told her, I said, well, darling, I said, just thank the good Lord we ain't out there sleeping on the ramp somewhere. I said, you know, she said, you need to think about ending it. I said, I don't like this.
Really?
But, yeah, she says, I just don't see how in the world. And said, these four-wheelers just will cut you off. Said, you know, she said, I kept a count this afternoon. And said, 10 times you had four-wheelers that almost caused a major wreck. And I said, yeah. I said, that's right. And she says, I'm shocked at the way some of these truck drivers are driving. She said, that really shocked me. And I said, well, it's the new breed, baby. And, but, I mean, she had a good time. We had, you know, that's the first time she'd been trucking in 30 years with me. And we was out just 7 days. And, it opened her eyes up to what she said, now I know why when you get home that first day or two, you're grumpy as hell. She said, I can appreciate it now. And she said, I'm going to write a letter and to my congressman. And I said, well, that don't do no good, but, you know, if you want to, do what makes you feel good, baby. I said, get out there and get with it. I said, let them know how hard we work out there and how we don't have no place to sleep at night, no parking and stuff like that, and how this 30-minute break is stupid. I said, yeah, go for it. You know, you never can tell. But we had a great time on the way home. Stopped over there at the casino, and she showed out again.
Oh, really?
And oh yeah, she did show out big Friday night on the way back. I mean, it was pretty good.
There you go. Luck be a lady tonight.
She was lucky. I'll tell you what, man, she was on fire. And got her home safe, everything, you know, everything was good. I mean, just you know, it's just, Steve, I tell you, this time of the year is so special to me, you know. I love Christmas. I love the hustle and the bustle about it. And I mean, you know, today getting to go to the parade and all the Christmas lights up. Matter of fact, we took Biscuit to Christmas, this guy, I went to school with him, know him real good, and he puts on a big deal over there at Sumter. Every year he puts on a display. It's pretty big. And so we was going around there through it, pulled up there, and he was dressed up like Santa Claus. He went to talking to me. He said, "You been a good little boy?" I said, "Oh, yes, Santa Claus. I'm a good little boy." And I said, "I want me a brand new shiny Peterbilt." He said, "Yeah, a lot of people would love to have a brand new." And I heard Biscuit tell her, Mima, said, "Mima, the pig knows everybody. He knows Santa Claus." So he got back to where she was at, had to get her out in the car and walk around and everything. And, you know, and I mean, it was just to see the brightness in her eyes, you know, walking around looking at it. Everybody's been in such a, you know, I reckon after the pandemic, everybody's ready to get on with their life and enjoy Christmas. It's just shocked me at the people that's come up to me and wished me a Merry Christmas so far into the Christmas season and everything. I mean, it's just amazing. Makes me feel good. So, anyway, I'll go back out of here and let the next caller get in here. And Steve, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, and yeah, good to hear from you, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. All right, news break time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman hosts China's leaders this week at a delicate moment in U.S.-Saudi ties, signaling Riyadh's resolve to navigate a polarized global order regardless of the wishes of its Western allies. The ruler of the oil giant has made a comeback on the world stage following the 2018 murder of Jamal Khashoggi, which cast a pall over Saudi-U.S. ties and has been defiant in the face of U.S. ire over the kingdom's energy policy and pressure from Washington to help isolate Russia. 3 Chinese astronauts landed back on Earth on Sunday on board the re-entry capsule of the Shenzhou 14 spacecraft, bringing to an end the 6-month mission on China's space station. The 3 astronauts, Commander Chen Dong and teammates Liu Yang and Chai Zushi, who had been overseeing the final pivotal period of construction at the space station, which was completed in November, all said they were feeling well after landing. This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs, and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I don't think we got around to the rest of the story, as they referred to it Friday morning. But we are recalling the shutdown of the United Furniture Industries and Lane Furniture, 2,700 workers. And they were all let go through text and email messages while they were sleeping. Yeah, the owner of United Furniture Industries has essentially disappeared after squabbling with the company's board and the bankers over whether to file for bankruptcy. According to the New York Post, David Belford, a wealthy Ohio businessman, has pretty much kept mum since the layoff of the entire workforce in Mississippi, North Carolina, and California in the days before Thanksgiving. Despite efforts by lenders and lawyers representing axed workers to reach United Furniture Industries. According to one source with knowledge of the situation, no one's heard from the owner. He's not returning anybody's calls. It's a horrible situation. The New York Post, made several attempts to contact Belford. One attorney representing hundreds of laid-off employees in Mississippi said rumors are swirling among former employees that Belford had jetted off to Paris after the firings. The board of the company held an emergency meeting on November 20th that made the decision to file Chapter 11 bankruptcy. But the next day, Belford nixed the plan, according to the attorney who's representing more than 600 employees in Mississippi, including many senior-level workers. Belford said, we're not going forward with the Chapter 11. It sounds like the management team came up with a plan to save the company, and Belford said, that's a wrap. Not doing it. Workers received frantic emails and texts while they slept November 21st, telling them not to come to work the next day. Their jobs had been eliminated effective immediately, along with their health care benefits. Belford's silence has left lenders and a handful of people close to the company scrambling to figure out what to do with its assets, its leases, and the jilted employees. And despite the company's dire situation, it has not filed for bankruptcy protection or liquidation. Belford is the only person with the authority to make legal decisions, according to another source. He irresponsibly shut down his company without advance notice to anyone, and he has the means to do it the right way. Officially, UFI blamed unforeseen business circumstances for the layoffs, but privately, Belford is pointing a finger at the company's lenders, which include the likes of Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo tells the Post they had no inkling of Belford's decision. It is just a strange scenario. Wells Fargo was saddened to learn about the abrupt shutdown of United Furniture Industries and its affiliated companies, according to the bank in a statement. Once notified of the company owner's decision, we immediately reached out to senior leadership to address the consequences of the action taken by the company's owner and support its employees. But that is one of those deals where they say, boy, that's just bizarre, and the plot continues to thicken. Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, Stephen, it's always a gamble for me to call in this time frame. I can see I'll end up having to bail on you in the near future here, but we'll do what we can at the moment. No, when you threw that the flag open there about open lines, I figured I better try to do what I can for them and whatnot. But I've been sitting here. Okay, we got 20 minutes to the hour. I've been sitting here for an hour and 10 minutes, and from where I'm parked, I can see I-94 running through Milwaukee here. Now, granted, a lot of westbound traffic does swing around the south side on 894, but anything coming out of Chicagoland and running up towards Green Bay and the East Coast up through there is going to come up on 94 on this side. I have not counted 12.5 trucks in over an hour's time, Steve, and the bulk of them are day cabs, local service trucks. That message I sent you earlier on there, that is holding true. I don't see it this quiet, unless there's when a blizzard hits, down in north of Chicago or such, it'll shut traffic down. But this is totally out of the norm. My way down here is 3 hours to my fuel stop, and I was passed 3 times between La Crosse and Milwaukee here. That's in my slow 65-mile-an-hour truck. There's been occasion, a couple times over the years, that I never got past once, but it's extremely quiet out here, tonight. For what it's worth, that last truck that did pass me, I know that company frequents Miller Brewing, so I suppose in Steve Summers' eyes, he'd be considered an essential company, no doubt. Yeah. That gouge you're talking about, that little firecracker of his there, that the same young lady that come up with the butter my butt and call me a muffin or
right. That's it. Yep, that's her.
Yeah, that's quite the environment that she must be exposed to. I wonder if I'm thinking Grandpa maybe contributes more than we're thinking about here, or we've been led on to. Oh, shucks. And then there's 57 that claims he doesn't need any blood pressure medicine. That boy was wound up like a violin string here tonight, Steve. If that don't require some medication, maybe I'm guessing we'll probably hear from him again before the end of the show. Maybe things will have calmed down a little bit, by then. Anyway, last night, around the dinner hour when the second football games were getting over and whatnot, I went over to the programming guide, and there was no less than 5 Christmas movies running, available to us at that very moment.
Mm-hmm.
And as it was, our little community Saturday had their little version of a Hallmark, program and whatnot. At least they tried. Of course, we don't have any snow yet. We don't have any motels that are threatening to close. We don't have any bakeries that are on the verge of closing. So really hard to come up with a plot line, to create a movie. But it was kind of pretty lackluster. Our forecast for Saturday was a high of 20 with 40, 45 mile an hour winds, and we did have 10 degrees, Saturday morning, but it was not an unpleasant day. The sun felt pretty good and whatnot. Our local snowmobile club, they put on a show, and they asked if I could bring something in, so I dusted off one of our relics from the early 70s, and it worked out well. I got best of show and won the vintage class and whatnot. But so yeah, that was fine and dandy. I made note to my wife the other day. Well, this is probably Friday. Something came up about in conversation. She said, "Yeah, I suppose someday I'm gonna have to meet some of this motley crew that you seem to be hanging with and communicating with and whatnot." And I said, "Well, there'll come a time that there'll probably be another cruise again. Maybe that would, be to your liking." And she says, "That's the only way I'm going to get you on a cruise boat, ain't it?" So, Steve, we're going to have to be thinking about a cruise down the road here and whatnot. But yeah, our weekend was full of highs and lows. There may be a cloud hanging.
And I think he lost his cell, maybe. All right, it appears to be the case. We get a quick timeout in anyway. Back into it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, that's the number as we roll into a Monday. Yes, we get back to the phones here. What we got on the line? Not seeing a name there. Anybody on the line? Okay, for that one, that would be a no. Let's try. Is that Hillbilly Tex checking in here? Morning, Hillbilly.
What you say, Steve? Oh, yeah, Steve, you know, I've had my Christmas stuff put on here for about 3-4 weeks now. I had everything looking ever so fine. And we had the Christmas parade Thursday night, started at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I get out there and get all my lights turned on and everything, looked out there. And I had a string right in the middle of all them things. It was out. Would not burn.
Yeah.
So there's 2 hours for the parade, so luckily I had a spare set in here, so I had to run out there and change them out real quick. And it just, you know, they've been burning for 3 weeks and go out the night of the parade. But, it was looking good anyway. But now, Steve, I was making me some blueberry cream cheese cup of cakes yesterday.
Yeah.
And, you know, you mix your batter up and you put them in them little tin cup of cake things,
Right.
You know, them,
yeah.
them little cups, you put them in and then you bake them.
Muffin pans,
Yeah, well, but I put them in the cupcake paper that you peel off. But they was aluminum foil. And I got to thinking, now, 1969, we was supposed to went to the moon in a piece of this here tin foil.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't see how they fit 2 people in tin foil and landed on the moon. I can't even get one to tear straight up here. Dadgummit, they ain't never went to that moon. What did they find when they got off up yonder and got back on that there?
Some rocks.
Sputnik.
Some rocks.
Some rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how come what they find when they come back this last one on that Arian, whatever they call it?
No, that one's not back yet. That's. No, they didn't, and they didn't land on the moon. They just went around the moon.
They scared to land on that moon. Them spooks who put the Hank on there. Oh, did I say that?
Yeah.
I can't say that, can I? Oh, yeah, but I just don't see that thing was supposed to be made out of tin foil. I don't see it. I guess they took the moon when they come back, because it ain't shining down here tonight. But anyway, I just thought I'd call and pass the time, but that's a miracle how them Christmas lights will burn and burn and burn till you need them and they go out.
Every time.
It's
like clockwork.
I hate these new, I hate these new LED bulbs. Used to, them old great big ones, you get one go out, you just unscrew that bulb and put it back in, it'll light up, you know. Oh, well. Or the good times really over for good, I reckon. So, no, I just thought I'd call and hoorah, y'all doing all the good, I reckon.
Doing all right. So, anyway, you got your lights fixed up, and how was the parade? Good turnout?
Oh, yeah, it lasted from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Yeah, 2-hour parade. It's pretty nice parade.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you come right here by the house, about 20 foot from my John Deere seat here on the front porch. And, yeah, we had a good time, a hoorahing, a hooting, and a hollering. And they chunked more candy up here than Santa Claus hauled off in that sleigh, I guarantee you. But anyway, Steve, I just want... Oh, yeah, I'm like old Lord and Wise. Freight hauler's right lane, bull hauler's left lane.
All right, Tex. Well, have a good morning. I-75 off the exit 81 there. Tipping a hat, ringing a cowbell. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector's cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'd like to order online, we can get you 15% off your order. Go to goldeagle.com, goldeagle.com. Place your order. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. And there, indeed, you'll save 15% off your entire order. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Speaking of the Orion and the Moon mission, today's a big day. Matter of fact, Monday, December the 5th. NASA will be providing live coverage as the Orion spacecraft's return flyby of the moon. And they'll, of course, obviously cover the return to the Earth next Sunday, December the 11th. They're also going to host several briefings discussing the upcoming activities from the Johnson Space Center there in Houston. All right, of course, Orion started its trek toward the Earth, completing a burn on December the 1st, exiting lunar orbit thousands of miles beyond the moon. Live coverage begins at 9 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time, a few hours from now. The returned-powered flyby burn, where the spacecraft is going to harness the moon's gravity and kind of a slingshot maneuver, accelerating back toward the Earth. That burn's expected about 11:43 a.m. this morning, just before the burn, all right? First of all, news break, final hour ahead. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The clock is ticking down to a possible government shutdown December 16th if Congress cannot approve a budget bill for 2023. Ohio representatives and chair of the Republican governance group, David Joyce, tells ABC's George Stephanopoulos on This Week their focus remains on working with Democrats on keeping the government open, something he believes they will be able to do.
Obviously, the debt limit's an issue, and there's going to be times where I hope that we don't get in a position like we did with that failed experiment in October of 13, where we shut down the government for a long period of time.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried is now facing multiple investigations from prosecutors and regulators after the crypto giant's collapse last month lost billions of dollars for investors. Bankman-Fried denied any improper use of customer funds, but admits he was not involved as he should have been on the exchange's progress and status before its collapse.
Look, I screwed up. I was CEO. I had a responsibility here. I had a responsibility to be on top of what was going on the exchange. I wish I had done much better at that.
A brand new bomber with that new car smell.
The U.S. military unveils its new Air Force B-21 Raider bomber in California with plans to build 100 more of them, which can be flown with or without a human crew. Republican member of the House Armed Services Committee, Virginia Congressman Rob Whitman, tells Fox News how it creates a significant deterrent for China.
It helps us surpass what has been a strategic advantage for the Chinese in that particular realm. This lets us not only catch up, but surpass them.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the B-21 Raider will be impossible for even the most sophisticated air defense systems to detect in the sky. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs, and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
This past week, the Democratic National Committee shook up the 2024 presidential nominating calendar by removing Iowa from the top slot and giving it to South Carolina instead. On Fox News Sunday, Iowa Republican Senator Joni Ernst weighed in on the decision.
I'm glad that Republicans are staying the course. And, you know, how I feel about this, I feel that Democrats have really given middle America the middle finger.
President Biden championed the change, believing it will better reflect the diversity of the Democratic Party. Heading into the holidays, renewed concern about what's being called a triple-demic, RSV, COVID, and flu cases once again putting stress on the nation's healthcare systems. The largest county in the U.S., Los Angeles, may even bring back indoor mask requirements. Here's Dr. Darian Sutton, an emergency room physician, on what you should know.
The current circulating strain of the flu vaccine is geared for. So if you get your flu vaccine now, you can have that protection before the New Year, Christmas holiday period.
Legal action follows the messy pre-sale of Taylor Swift concert tickets. More than 24 Swifties are suing Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, alleging fraud and price fixing. Here's one of the plaintiffs, Swiftie Julie Barfus.
Ticketmaster needs to see and acknowledge that there is a problem with the way they're doing business, that they're really hurting the fans in how they're doing it.
In a recent statement, Live Nation said Ticketmaster does not set or control ticket prices. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, by the way, you might be thinking about some stocking stuffers from Hot Shot Secret. What do we got coming up this week? Starting December the 6th, that'll be tomorrow, Tuesday, December the 6th through December the 12th. You get your gasoline or diesel-powered gift sets. Only $54.95. That's like a savings of over 20%. Now, don't forget, use your coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That's going to give you an additional 10% off. So get in on some of those gas or diesel-powered gift sets starting Tuesday. Elsewhere, what do we have? Some of our current Hot Shot promos at the retail level. You can get 800 Pilot Flying J My Rewards points when you purchase 2 Everyday Diesel Treatment plus Winter Defense Anti-Gel at Pilot Flying J Travel Centers. There you go, 800 bonus points. So Pilot Flying J, that deal's ongoing as we speak. As yes, the Everyday Diesel Treatment plus Winter Defense, I believe that should be in most of the Pilot Flying J locations at the retail level by this point in time. It's been out a little over a month now. Meanwhile, as we get our final hour underway, it's 844-844-3388. Mentioned earlier the laptop shop owner who feels vindicated by Elon Musk's, the Twitter files, the Twitter expose. After years of smears and being forced into financial ruin for having blown the whistle on the Hunter Biden laptop. I am grateful, says John Paul Mack this past day in a televised interview. I don't know how many people know, but I basically was financially ruined by Twitter last year. I tried to save my career because Twitter had labeled my actions as hacking. He has actually sued Twitter for defamation. Of course, and Musk released that trove of examples of how the social media company was moved to silence the reports of the Biden laptop by the Biden campaign and the administration. So obviously, watching Elon release this material Friday night was very exciting for me because I felt like I knew the whole time, I knew it was true, and I now feel vindicated. Yeah, Mac Isaac joked that Musk now has some free laptop repair coming. If he wants it, he's got it. Now, if he had bought Twitter during the lawsuit, I think things would have worked out a little better for me. But, it is what it is. I'm grateful that the truth is now coming out, and now that I am vindicated. Yeah, Mac Isaac had denounced efforts to dismiss the Hunter laptop revelations because they said it was from hacked materials. He says, listen, the FBI took possession of the laptop on December 9. With that, they took all my notes, all my information that I had provided them, so they had ample time to review that data and realize this was nothing to do with Russia. When I watched the internet shut down on October 14th, the New York Post came out with a story at 6:30 in the morning. By 9 o'clock in the morning, you couldn't find any discussion of that story on the internet. That is not something that happens naturally. That's something that was coordinated and set up so when the story broke, they were going to be ready. They were going to flip a switch and shut it down, and that's exactly what we witnessed. Yeah, Mac was contracted by Hunter to repair the laptop, of course, ultimately left behind, never paid for. In other words, contractually becoming his property in April of 2019. Now, Mac does say, a lawsuit against Twitter was dismissed, but legal action remains active against other parties. He's recently released his book called American Injustice, My Battle to Expose the Truth, telling the story of how I tried to get the Hunter Biden laptop as an evidence to the authorities. He did everything the way it was supposed to be done, but you see how they done him, right? Hey there, 5-7.
Oh, yeah, Scarecrow, I'm good, brother. It felt good to blow off some steam. That shocked me. There's a lot of people just waking up to his story, and I understand it. Trump saying, I don't even know the whole story, but caught it that he's wanting to suspend the Constitution. First off, that's hooey. I mean, ain't no Congress going to allow that to happen. But when you think of it, be fair to the man. He's done good for us. He did good for this country. But think about it. His Constitution has been suspended. The FBI, this is just going through my head. The FBI tapped Obama and everything, tapped his Trump Tower. As long as and they've been after him ever since. His Constitution means nothing. His lawyer was attacked and turned. There goes your there goes your ability to talk to your lawyer, one-on-one, and not have to worry about being used against you. Mm-hmm. They violated that. The lawyer-client privilege, the impeachments, the FBI is all over that, and he was denied his constitutional right to defend himself in many parts of this. Right on down to the law, that date right there between 5 and 7 there. He's been denied his right to defend himself there, and then now this little escapade. And apparently the FBI lied to the judge for the Mar-a-Lago situation. And so, face it, in his eyes, his Constitution has been suspended. Meanwhile, Biden has been constantly stepping over. So if anybody out there, if you're facing anybody out there today that likes to call you up and harass you on this stuff, you just don't even talk to them about that. So, no. Anybody can say anything. He's not in power right now. But we need to worry about the people that are in power right now and go down the list, find out what it is. Face it, there's people in jail right now, spent more time in jail for any crime that they supposedly committed. Now they're talking 20 years, and they ain't done nothing more than what Code Pink did. under George Bush when the Democrats brought them in to disrupt our government activities. So there's nothing to apologize for. Know who you stand up for, and I can't defend what he said. Yeah, I can. He's a free man. He can say what he wants until he gets the power, and then when he gets the power, he can bring it to the Congress. The Congress say, no, you ain't no way. So, face it.
Just the idea that it was just the idea that it was a stupid thing to say. I mean, the whole I think I can pretty assuredly now predict that Joe Biden will not be on the top of the Democrat ticket in 24, and Donald Trump will not be on top of the Republican ticket in 24.
Amen. Yeah, well, stupid thing to say from Donald Trump is nothing new. But right now, we still got 2 years of a guy that absolutely does not respect our constitutional rights. And apparently they're going to work real hard to deny us even more so. So, hey, I just wanted to reassure their Scarecrow, we're good. I don't need to feel like it. My blood pressure's real good every time I go to the VA. They can't believe I'm so fat and in such good shape. So the only time I had trouble was a little bit of prostate cancer, and it's dormant. So other than that, we good to go. I don't know why I'm 65 and still got dark hair on top and a white beard, but I told my wife says that's because you can tell which one I use the most.
There you go. That's a good explanation. Okay. 16 past the hour. It is 844-3388. They've been telling us for weeks, and just heard in the news break there at the top of the hour, talking about the rapid spread of the regular old flu. Not the COVID, but the flu. The triple-demic, though. Yeah, do you have the flu? Do you have COVID? For the kids in particular, do you have the RSV, the triple-demic? Latest from the CDC, and this is going back about this time a week ago, said the flu is hitting harder this time of year than it has in more than a decade. Yeah, as of last Monday, 6.2 million Americans have been infected with the regular old flu. 53,000 hospitalizations, 2,900 dead. The cumulative hospitalization rate, 11.3 per 100,000 people in the U.S., is the highest this early in the flu season, which typically runs October through May. Highest we've seen since back in the 2010-2011 year. 17 states and the District of Columbia are described as having very high rates of flu transmission. I think I saw numbers over the weekend that there are now 40-plus states reporting high transmission of the flu. Right on the heels of the Thanksgiving travel weekend. And, of course, we've got more and more millions of travelers that'll be heading out for the Christmas and the New Year holiday break. Yeah, the majority of the flu viruses that they're coming back testing positive for, they do say are in the genetic subgroup that is covered by this year's regular old flu vaccine. Best way to protect against getting the flu is the annual vaccine. And, they also point out, just pretty much like the COVID, the flu vaccine doesn't guarantee you're not going to get it, but it will prevent, quote, serious infection or serious outcomes for those who do get vaccinated but still get sick with the flu. And that's always been the case. Now, meanwhile, with all these early cases of the flu, apparently we're still having supply chain issues. And one of those cases is the like of the antiviral flu drug Tamiflu. Shortages in several key, not only antiviral, but also antibiotic drugs needed to treat the sick. According to pharmacists, Tamiflu is in short supply for both adults and children. In both the brand name formulation as well as the genetic version. In addition, shortages are also occurring in the pediatric versions of amoxicillin and Augmentin. That's 2 antibiotics used to treat bacterial infections that often follow the flu or the RSV or COVID in children. Yeah, these shortages, they say, are odd in that they're being driven by surges in RSV and flu cases. Yeah, we usually see shortages related to some sort of delay in manufacturing. Yeah, some sort of quality control issue with the manufacturing, but it can be further upstream with material ingredients. Yeah, this seems to be driven solely by demand, which is unusual. Usually the manufacturers can forecast and plan how much they're going to need. Yeah, which we're working earlier and harder with these viral infections than we usually are, especially this early in the season. An RSV surge has also overwhelmed pediatric offices and children's hospitals. Scores of kids catching what is, it's a common childhood ailment. Yeah, we usually see mostly impactful toward the early parts of the year, the new year, January, February. So indeed, this year it is ahead of schedule, and the numbers are higher than usual. Amoxicillin and Augmentin shortages are only affecting the pediatric versions of those 2 drugs. Augmentin is amoxicillin combined with a booster that makes the antibiotic more effective against a wider range of bacteria, they say. Yeah, the shortage of that is really around the liquid version that the children would use. We're not seeing a shortage of amoxicillin tablets or capsules. Okay, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, look at there. How about a Dumbass of the Week nominee? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right? Yeah, this is the time of year where the whole shop with the cop thing goes on around the country. Various law enforcement offices where they take in donations and whatnot and take some of the children that, I don't know, would you say less fortunate, not going to get much for Christmas, they take them out and they take them Christmas shopping. Well, a Florida man, lo and behold, does that ever happen? A Florida man arrested after he attempted to lift items from Walmart while dozens of cops and other law enforcement were on hand for the kids' Christmas shopping event. According to the Post from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, a man identified only as Brad attempted to pilfer unnamed items from the Walmart in St. Cloud, Florida, about a half hour south of Orlando. Seriously, we just can't make this up. Brad decided to steal from our good neighbors and partners at Walmart in St. Cloud while we were conducting the Shop with a Cop event with the children of our community. Bad news, Brad. The Post did not explicitly state what he was trying to steal. It did include photographs of various items which may or may not have been found on Brad's person. But items that appear in the photographs include perfume, gloves, hedge clippers, a syringe, and a bag of an unidentified substance. Brad was likewise photographed with his hands cuffed behind his back and his pockets turned inside out. Whether he was booked in jail or charged with any crime is not clear. But according to the statement, only a brazen thief would attempt a heist during an event like Shop with a Cop. At this time of year, law enforcement agencies around the country conducting these sort of events to help the underprivileged kids purchase essential items and gifts so they can have a Merry Christmas. At this particular event, there were approximately 40 officers in the store, as well as the forensics team, the community service team, the CSO, the OCSO mayors, and the sheriff. Bad idea, Brad. Some of the user comments don't disappoint. One popular response comes in poetic form. Brad thought he was rad. And Brad got caught being bad. Now Brad is sad. Yeah, definitely on the naughty list this year, right? Yeah, dumbass of the week nominee for sure. All right, let's see who we got online here. Is that Bill?
Yeah, that's me. How you doing, Steve?
What's up, Bill?
Hey, you had a caller, the unknown trucker, last Thursday morning. He was going to talk about a Supreme Court case.
Yeah.
Is that subject off limits?
I have no idea what case he was talking about. He kind of disappeared after he mentioned it, yes.
Okay, yeah. Did you check out that case at all? You didn't look into it at all?
No, I mean, he tried to give some sort of a number. I have no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah, it's a case number 22-380, and it's pretty crazy, actually, but they're saying that, it got on the docket. I guess it's going to be looked at in January 6th or something. Supposedly, it's on the website if you go on there, and it's about removing the president and the vice president and 338 members of Congress, simply for the fact that after 140 Republican senators didn't want to pass the election, certify the election, just for the fact that they didn't investigate that. They're saying that the whole election was not real.
And the Supreme Court's supposed to be so it's 22380, you're saying?
Yeah, you can look it up. There's things on YouTube. There's it's right on the Supreme Court website. The whole explanation is there. The guy there's like 4 brothers or 3 brothers. They're called the Brunsons, and they're filing multiple lawsuits. There's another one for the other. One of the guys, the main guy that talks about it on the media is Loy Brunson. Now, I don't know if, it sounds super spectacular to me, so I don't understand why people don't know about it, but it's absolutely, your jaw drops when you read it. And just to think that it might be heard, but I don't know if, I don't know that much about the Supreme Court, or what they hear or what they don't. But.
Yeah, they don't hear about 80% of the cases that get presented to them. I mean, getting them to take a case is very difficult to begin with, but all right, well, I'll do a little digging and see what I can come up with there. Bill, have a good morning. Thank you very much. With news break time on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. When COVID-19 struck, the U.S. government gave hospitals tens of billions of dollars to help them cope with the strains of the pandemic. Many of the hospitals didn't need it. The aid enriched some well-off systems while failing to meet the needs of many that were struggling. This is according to a Wall Street Journal analysis of federal financial disclosure reports. Local authorities across China are paring back some of their strictest COVID-19 control measures just days after public anger spilled over into rare protest against a zero-tolerance approach that has kept the country largely isolated for 3 years. CVS is testing a system that allows pharmacists to process prescriptions in part remotely, a move it said could improve store working conditions and the experience for customers as the company grapples with a shortage of pharmacists. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production, but with limited quantity. You must call now. These 1904 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. It is, again, 844-844-3388. Looks like Jim's on the line. I think you called to ask about that 75 thing.
Yeah.
All right, I pulled up the OGO website, because I hadn't checked on that in a few hours, and it's still showing that it's shut down.
Okay.
Updated 435, so yeah, I-75 northbound, all lanes blocked, and that's been, I wonder if that might have been a fatal incident or something, because it's been shut down most of the night, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if you can go down 471 to 71 and pick up 75.
Well, if they're putting you off at 71 right there at the bridge anyway, so technically, yeah, you'd have to take 71 up to what they call it, the Norwood Lateral. They'll take you west and back over to 75 there. Either that or just take the 275 loop.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. And yeah, they don't really have any details, but yeah, all lanes blocked, I-75 north, right there about the 9th Street on-ramp crash. Again, that's been going most of the night. I bet I could pull up some of our local media outlets, maybe get more details on what the heck's going on. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hey, back earlier in your show here, one of the newscasts, they said that China there wasn't going to accept the vaccinations from the West to help vaccinate their COVID issue.
Correct.
Now, get this here. Now, you were just talking about there's a shortage of the amoxicillin and Tamiflu and stuff. Now, do we still rely on China to produce all those drugs for us? I mean, most of that, does that come from them that those are the drugs that come from China to us?
Like the stuff we were just talking about, the amoxicillin, our antibiotics, absolutely, blood pressure medicines, hell yeah.
Okay. Now, it's been more than a couple weeks or maybe a month or so. Didn't China say that they were, because of everything going on there, they were going to hold back on a lot of drugs of going out of China because they needed them for their own country?
Yeah, they did.
Or was that just a COVID vaccination, or was it more drugs besides the COVID vaccination?
I'm not sure specifically what it was.
Yeah, but anyways, I just thought that was kind of interesting. Now, if China doesn't want the Western COVID vaccination, does that mean they have a problem with what the quality of it is, or what it might do or not do? Just asking. I mean,
it's good question. I don't know. I mean, China, they came up with their own vaccines, and they sold vaccines to several other countries, but I don't know what the efficacy of theirs was.
Yeah. So I just wondered if it was on the same line as what the Western one was here that we had, that that was all what? Oh yeah, experimental. I remember that experimental part of it. Yeah, maybe they don't want to be guinea pigs in China for the Western experimental medicine. But I don't know. That just kind of struck me a little bit there when I heard all that, and then of course we got the shortage. But I was just wondering if the shortage was created just because China doesn't want to relinquish what they're making that they would normally send to us, but because they got issues, they're going to keep it all for themselves. So I don't know. Just asking there. So and hey, if you got a couple of minutes there, the temperature's gotten to, and you being out looking for a car for your daughter, it kind of made me think of, I believe it was Wendy Bagwell that did the story about going to pick up the Volkswagen at the dock.
Yeah,
and drove it home. His daughter bought a Volkswagen. I didn't know if you can find that at all, but hearing your stories about out there shopping for cars and that kind of made me think of that out here on a chilly morning. So other than that, we'll let you go and see if we can wrap up the rest of the show there. We ought to have Knucklebuster call back in and do that whole Hot Shot Secret thing he used to do there, and about all the selling and buying and stuff and everything. But I don't even think I could keep up with that one. Yep. All right. Very good, then.
And don't forget those T-shirts, right? All right. Okay, so I'm looking from the London Guardian because I've been hearing those blurbs that China will not accept what they're calling the Western vaccines. What are the? Although China's daily COVID cases are near all-time highs, some cities are taking steps to loosen testing and quarantine rules after the protests. Speaking at the annual Reagan National Defense Forum in California Saturday, Haynes said that despite the social and economic impact of the virus, Xi Jinping is unwilling to take a better vaccine from the West and is instead relying on a vaccine in China that's just not nearly as effective against Omicron, he says. Seeing protest and the response to it is countering the narrative that he likes to put forward, which is that China is so much more effective at government. It's, again, not something we see as being a threat to stability at this moment or any sort of regime change or anything like that. But how it develops will be important to Xi Jinping's standing. Last week, authorities abruptly lifted some of the COVID restriction in several Chinese cities where the protesters were scuffling with police. Over the weekend, Saturday, the southern city of Shenzhen announced it would no longer require people to show a negative test to use public transport or enter the parks after similar moves by Chengdu and Tianjin, a couple of China's biggest cities. Many testing booths in Beijing were shut as the capital stopped demanding negative test results as a condition to enter places like supermarkets. It's apparently an effort to tackle anger of the zero COVID policies that initially had sparked those protests. Authorities also announced plans to step up vaccination of older people. China has not approved any foreign COVID vaccines, opting for those produced domestically, which some studies have suggested are not as effective as some foreign ones. That means easing the virus prevention measures could come with some big risks, according to the experts. I have no idea what China's vaccines are all about. I mean, the question mark, I guess the question, did they use the likes of mRNA technology? Or I'm not sure about that, but very interesting. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Well, of course, we do see gas prices are coming down around the country. I haven't noticed other things dropping like a brick. According to this story, chicken wings are suddenly a bargain. Retailers are drowning in excess inventory, looking to make a deal. After more than a year of high inflation, Yeah, many consumers are finally starting to catch a bit of a break. Even apartment rents and car prices, two items that hammered millions of household budgets this year, appear to no longer be spiraling out of control. Yeah, more consumers spend more on in-person services like restaurant meals and less on goods like furniture and computers that come from an ocean away. Yeah, the cost of sending a standard 40-foot container from China to the U.S. West Coast is now at $1,935. That is down more than 90% from September of last year. That same container that cost just under $2,000 to ship now was costing over $20,000 to ship in September of 2021. So it appears the moderation in inflation is just beginning to appear in some of the government statistics. Chief economist for T.S. Lombard in New York said the worst of inflation is behind us. Now the question is, where does inflation settle to? Obviously, the Fed's been raising interest rates sharply since March, trying to get inflation back in control. So I hadn't noticed. The price of wings, have they come down? I did get a deal on my gas this past day, $2.95 a gallon, but that's because I had 50 cents a gallon off on my Kroger Plus card. It was $3.45, so yeah, $2.95 a gallon. That's pretty nice to fill up for under $3 a gallon. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, last week, the Mauna Loa, the Big Island of Hawaii, begin to rumble. And here we are. A week later, many people on the Big Island are bracing for major upheaval. If the lava from the Mauna Loa volcano slides across a key highway and blocks the quickest route connecting the two sides of the island. Guess this is the main connection. The molten rock could make the road impassable, forcing drivers to find alternate coastal routes in the north and south, which they say could add hours to your commute times, doctor visits, and obviously, trucking, freight deliveries. One licensed practical nurse whose commute is already an hour and 45 minutes each way from home said, "I am very nervous about being cut off. If this highway closes, driving 2.5 to 3 hours each direction, fears he might lose pay if an accident or other traffic disruptions along the alternate routes delay his arrival. But at the rate things have been going, the lava is oozing at a rate that might reach the road sometime later this week. But they do say the path is unpredictable. It could change course, or the flow could stop completely, sparing the highway. The slow-moving flow was coursing about 2.7 miles from the road Friday, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Interesting, there's more affordable housing options on the east side of the island, but many of the jobs at the beach resorts and in the construction and other industries is on the west side of the island. So a lot of people have to commute from one side to the other. The State Department of Transportation took steps last week to remove some potential traffic obstacles on the northern coastal route by reopening a lane across one of the bridges that was closed for repairs. Interesting. In the Big Island. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I'm going to get back. Bill, yes, take two.
Hey, yeah, how you doing?
Hey,
Steve.
Yes.
How do you get on the list where you don't get hung up on when you call all the time?
Well, Bill, you're not on. I pulled up that case 22380. I was trying to do a little. I guess it's. I don't know what the.
Yeah, it's like the big. It could be the biggest court case in history.
What do you think the odds are that they'll actually take the case?
I don't know, but it's just pretty amazing that it's even out there. And if you look, they made the first hurdle to get it even looked at. So, I mean. That sounds like some pretty crazy stuff, and if we got any patriots in the Supreme Court, things might start turning. That might be the light at the end of the tunnel. That might be the only way they can get things fixed right in Washington.
Obviously, I haven't had a chance to read through the whole thing here, but I mean,
oh my gosh, it's stupendous. You got to read it. You got to get the information. It's crazy. it's not as simple as I'm saying. I mean, it's got a few more tweaks and turns in it, but it's an amazing thing. And I don't know where it's going to go because I'm not a lawyer. I wouldn't know how that stuff works.
Oh yeah, and I see. I see.
It's just real hopeful thinking for me.
I see your guy Roland Brunson, I guess, is the petitioner, right? Now it says the question presented says this case uncovers a serious national security breach that is unique and is a first impression due to the serious nature of this case. It involves the possible removal of a sitting president and vice president of the United States, along with members of the United States Congress, while deeming them unfit for ever holding office under federal, state, county, or local governments found within the United States of America. And at the same time, the trial court also has the authority to be validated by this court to authorize the swearing in of the legal and rightful heirs for president and vice president. I mean, that's kind of the stuff Trump's been saying for the last 2 years, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it amazed me when I saw one guy talk on it on YouTube, and I thought, well, that's pretty interesting. My wife told me about it. And then I got you can actually get in an interview with this Lloyd Brunson, and he just goes into more detail, and he explains everything he had to do. He had judges helping him. They had to figure their way through all the labyrinth of all the legal garbage that they had to go through. It's pretty darn interesting stuff.
Well, okay. Well, like you said, that could be case
but,
of...
who knows if it's going to go anywhere.
Right. I know, based on the way things have gone in recent years, I say it'll probably be more like the Hunter Biden laptop.
Right, exactly. And I was thinking, what happened recently with the Supreme Court, that's the Roe v. Wade. I mean, there might be the people in there they need to get things done with the Supreme Court with the power that they do have.
Yeah.
They have the power to remove the government. If this guy's a constitutional scholar, too. He said he got interested in the Constitution a long time ago, and that's what brought him and his brothers to this point.
Well, I do see, I guess there's some links there to some YouTube videos and whatnot. Is that people trying to break down and explain what this case is all about? Is that what that would be? Exactly. Yeah. This one lady, I forgot her name, on the website, on the YouTube channel. It says, I'm forgetting now. But I don't know. She's just, I don't even know who she is. But she's talking. She's one of those people that gets on and looks at alternative news views and stuff like that. But she's talking to him, and he's explaining as best as he can everything that they've been through and how they came at this point. Well, it looks interesting to me. I'll maybe tune into some of those videos and see if I can get a better understanding of it. But yeah, like you say, you got the whole case laid out there. But right. But one of the more interesting things is that he says himself that they have clerks who will toss out cases before judges even see them. And their case has made it through that process. It at least got to the next level where they're going to it's going to go into conference. So that's what it is. All 9 members meet in private to decide if they're going to pursue it any further, and they only need 4 members to vote to do that. And then supposedly that's going to be done on January 6th. Can you imagine? I don't know enough. If you want to talk about what they call a constitutional crisis, if something like that, if this were to really unfold, that's what. Yeah, that would be the proverbial constitutional crisis. Do a little Google research. I typed in Supreme Court case 22380, and that's apparently a lot of people have been searching for that. All right, well, we got to close it out there. And have a wonderful Monday. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Do it all over again.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.